Cause of death. This has been sealed for months, and this is providing a lot of details. I'm going to tell you right now, it is very difficult to read through this. It is gruesome, but this is going to be a key point for both the prosecution and the defense. We know that Celeste's body, the body of this 14-year-old girl, was found in the trunk of a Tesla that was allegedly registered to David in Los Angeles back on September 8th, 2025. And again, this is going to be a key factor in this prosecution as he faces not only first-degree murder charge.
Have y'all been paying attention to the David case? Like, by the way, I'm talking about just the news in general, but I just wanted to address this case. I just started, by the way. I am horrified. As a person who used to enjoy his music, oh my goodness. Like the live, he did, no, literally he did. I'm actually so horrified by this man. And I used to like his music. I think that's the shocking part. Oh, let me notify my server that I'm live, by the way. I just started live. Do you like these lives that I do sometimes? Like these update lives of like news? Hey, dude, unfortunately have really good music. I know! I used to be so happy that this guy was like alternative, offered alternative music. But, oh well. Well. So I'm gonna go through like Iran war updates. I have like 154 updates that I haven't gone through. And then after that, I am going to go through some of the things that are happening in Mali currently as well. But the David news has really horrified me. Yeah.
Because they're highlighting special circumstances here.
So, who here doesn't know about what's happening with David, the singer? Y'all remember that song? That I don't care how long it takes. Na 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 na. You know that Here With Me song? Hold on, I'll show it. I'll like hear that song. This one. Care how long it takes. As long as I'm with you, I got a smile on my... That one. So, this guy, who's a singer, he said this, yeah. This guy who's a singer, apparently last year in September, a unalived girl was found in the trunk of his Tesla that was impounded. And the only reason that she was found is because after it had gotten impounded, they basically, I think it smelled because she started decomposing. It started decomposing, so they kind of opened up the trunk and they found a dismembered body. She was dismembered. And then they kind of did some investigation and they found out that she was a 14-year-old girl who had been missing for about a year. And then they found out that he was dating said 14-year-old girl. He's like 21 or something like that. Exactly. And then it gets crazier. He met her when she was like 12 on Discord. right? So he met her when she was like 12 on Discord. 12 or 11, one of the two. Either way, it's horrific. 11 or 12. And she had also like moved in with him or something like that. And then now recently they just detained him. So they found the body in September of last year. And I think so they found the body in September of 2025. She has been missing since April 2024. So about a year. And apparently she had decomposed so bad and was dismembered as well so bad that it took them all this time to do like an autopsy report on her. And now finally the autopsy was released and he was arrested like a week ago. No, actually 4 days ago, I think, or a couple of days ago, he was finally arrested. And they found out that I think they found like child corn on his. They had like 40 terabytes worth of evidence, I think, including child porn. And apparently he was also grooming like 2 other minors.
And singer David was back in a downtown LA courtroom today, days after he was charged with murder in the death of a 14-year-old girl. The judge set a preliminary trial date for May 1st.
Yes, I think I read somewhere that he had cut off her finger that had a tattoo with his name on it or something like that. Yeah, it's really horrific.
Prosecutors revealed more details in their investigation. KTLA's Jennifer McGraw.
Oh, and then what was even more horrific is the fact that his albums used to be released every year on her birthday. And then in his songs, they were very cryptic and talked about unaliving somebody. He had music videos where he was dismembering a girl. All of his songs included a female character who looked like her. Basically, he always hired somebody who looked like her in his songs. And yes, he always uploaded the videos every day on her birthday. And then last year, he uploaded his album on her birthday. And the album had 15 songs, and that would have been her 15th birthday. But she was already dead, so she never got to see 15. So yeah, I'm guessing he probably feels a little bit too cocky, or he thought he wouldn't get caught, or he just wanted to kind of leave a mark like some serial unalivers do. So it's a mess.
Us in downtown LA with the very latest. Jen, good morning.
Hi, Megan. Good morning. Yeah, David came into court in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs. Prosecutors say there is so much evidence that both the prosecution and the defense need more time, so that's why they set the date of May 1st. Now, we are learning new details, disturbing details this morning in regards to this investigation. Investigators have alleged that they've uncovered child pornography on the suspect's phone, and some of the other evidence includes wiretaps, grand jury transcripts, police body cam footage, forensic evidence, and property and vehicle reports, and of course the autopsy info. The LA County Medical Examiner confirms Celeste Rivas Hernandez died from what's described as multiple penetrating injuries, and her death has been ruled a homicide. The 26-page report details gruesome injuries after finding her remains last September inside a Tesla linked to David Anthony Burke, who simply goes by David. Investigators say Celeste was last seen on April 23rd of last year. David has pleaded not guilty.
40 terabytes.
And legal analysts say what matters now is whether prosecutors can directly tie those injuries to the defendant.
Unless more information is revealed and we learn more from the police reports, the prosecution is still going to have to show that it was David that was holding whatever that weapon is and inflicted those injuries.
The case has drawn added attention because of David's 2022 breakout song entitled Romantic Homicide. Prosecutors allege the 21-year-old killed the 14-year-old because she threatened to expose what they describe as an illegal sexual relationship with a minor. Now, Now, David faces some serious charges. He will be back in court in LA here on May 1st, and he could seek the death penalty. That's very latest. We're live in downtown Los Angeles. Back to Hollywood.
It's crazy. It's diabolical.
Lying in wait, financial gain, that she was a witness to a crime, but he's also facing sex crimes charges and mutilation of human remains. So I want to go through this. I want to bring on a special guest. I'm not going to do it by myself. I want to make sense of this. I'm bringing on Mary Jambelic, a former forensic pathologist and former chief medical examiner, to go through this. Mary, thank you so much for taking the time. Before we even get started into the details, I would be remiss if I didn't just start with the statement from the County of Los Angeles medical examiner. I'm going to read it verbatim.
Now, the real question is, where were the parents?
The cause and manner of death for 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
And also, what about all the people who were in that Discord?
Manner of death is homicide.
Because he met her, or they were interacting with one another, like in a Discord server when she was like 11.
With the LAPD.
Did nobody find that sus? Why did he have so many people around him? The Discord server, his manager, the people who worked with him professionally, her parents. Why did nobody stop it?
Initiated by the LAPD previously prevented the DME from releasing its findings. And this is the statement of Chief Medical Examiner.
Like, why didn't anybody stop the fact that this guy was grooming a minor and he was abusing her? And
they have had to wait this long to learn.
Exactly. Why was she an 11-year-old in a Discord server in the first place? Right? And I think that is the most important thing that people really need to focus on is why. Why do people stay silent in these kinds of situations? Because silence within itself is compliance as well. All these different people are complicit. Like, all these people are actively complicit. And imagine, he's only 21 years old. Like, if he had been left to kind of continue flourishing, he would have been like a freaking Epstein or like Polanski or Cosby or whatever it is, right? Yeah, he's like in his early 20s.
Cause of death in an active investigation. Because perhaps it's
and she also, or a Diddy, exactly. She also like had a case, like she always used to run away from her home, apparently, is what I found out. So clearly the home was an abusive home within itself.
Is that they had this information, they wanted to release this information, and they were thwarted.
It happens too much in online communities on mute. Yes, it does.
When you hear,
I don't know about him getting abused. I don't know like much about. I don't think much is known about his story.
The injury is unknown. Pronounced date, time, September 8th, 2025.
Yes, she was definitely neglected at home. Yeah, parents, like what are the parents doing? Were they paid off? Allegedly, I'm not saying that they were, but were they paid off? Is that why they didn't like do anything? Because they were talking about her sleeping over at his home. What parent of like a 13, 14-year-old kid would allow their child to sleep over at an adult man's home? Like when I was a kid, I wasn't even allowed to sleep over at friends' house, like homes, let alone adult men's, right? Yeah, the parents are themselves really strange, in my opinion. He pled not guilty means that his defense team are claiming not guilty, not that the case is done. The case still hasn't started yet. Yes, they could have gotten some financial gain out of it, to be fair. But yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of like share that with you guys because I've been horrified by some of the stuff that I've been reading. I'm not gonna lie about this guy. And like some of the cases. And if you look at all his, like the songs include her.
Singer David, real name David Anthony Burke, has been arrested. After 7 months, the 21-year-old was taken into custody by the Los Angeles Police Department on suspicion of murder in the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And police say
She looks like a child. This is one thing I wanted to say as well.
the arrest happened today with detectives from the LAPD's Robbery and Homicide Division taking Burke into custody. He is now being held without bail. To be clear, I mentioned this before, this is a major break in the case that has been haunting investigators for months. To be clear also, he is innocent until proven guilty. I'll talk about what this all means. But ever since September 2025, when police popped the trunk of a Tesla that was found abandoned in the Hollywood Hills and discovered the dismembered body of teenage runaway Celeste Rivas Hernandez, we have been talking about it. And as the investigation unfolded, there were even more disturbing alleged details emerged, including that parts of her body had been placed in bags inside the vehicle. And
By the way, trigger warning. I just wanted to say, yeah, trigger warning. It's very disturbing. Just wanted to say, if you are an abuse victim, we have the chance to leave the live. Also, this is being streamed in accordance with the fair use law, by the way. And I'm going to be discussing this, and then after that, I'm going to be going to the Iran updates and just Mali updates as well. A lot of shit happened in Mali today.
Since then, there has been intense speculation, all of it centered on the singer named David, that the Tesla was reportedly his, that he and Celeste, who was that they claimed was his underage girlfriend, even though that wasn't confirmed by investigators as of yet. But you had apparent photos of the two together circulating online, raised a lot of questions. And Burke, by the way, hasn't been seen in public since his world tour was abruptly scrapped. Hasn't said a public word about any of this. And until now, there has been no arrest. So again, I have to be very clear here. Formal charges have not...
His name is David.
...been filed as of yet.
With a 4.
This is despite a grand jury having been impaneled, so it's interesting. And police say the case will be presented to the district attorney...
I think this was before it was presented, by the way.
...on Monday for filing consideration.
Because it has already been presented.
For the big questions, I want to turn right now to missing persons private investigator Steve Fisher and LA Magazine contributor Lauren Conlon.
I think it was already proven that he abused her. I think some of the child porn that was found was of her, if I'm not mistaken.
I've been covering the story since it began. Steve, stand by. Lauren, I want to go to you. You have a few more details about the actual arrest of David, right?
Yes, Jesse, we've all been waiting for this day for a very long time. And reportedly, David was arrested at the home he was staying at in Los Angeles. Now, we don't know where that is, but as you said, he has remained silent and out of the public eye for 7 months. So again, the details we have so far are that he hasn't been booked just yet. I did call the jail. They said it usually takes about 5 hours for processing. So we will know a little bit more information as the night goes on, you know, how much his bail is going to be set for, if anything. And as you said, Blair Burke.
He's on TikTok, by the way. And he went on tour after her body was found. And when he was on TikTok, people went through his reposts, and the reposts that they found were disturbing. The reposts that were found were disturbing. Oh, Jelly Bean. Okay, there we go. Oh, I can't even write his name. What the hell? I tried to write his name. Okay.
His attorney did just issue a statement, which is so interesting.
I'm going to read it. Let me read it real quick.
Yeah.
Here it is. Okay, so this is from his attorneys, Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter. Let us be clear, the actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and he was not the cause of her death. There has been no indictment returned by any grand jury in this case, and no criminal complaint filed. David, has only been detained under suspicion, we will vigorously defend David's innocence. Actually, Steve, I want to start with you now with that. First, your reaction, because if anybody knows you, you have been quite vocal advocating.
She was in his car. Who unalived her then?
For David's arrest for quite some time. But like they said, just an arrest, no charges yet. Isn't that confusing? Wasn't there a grand jury that was impaneled?
It's really confusing.
Okay, this is before he was arrested, because he has been arrested already. They uploaded a new compilation of information after he was, like, before he was arrested. Hold on. Let me see if there's something. He has already been arrested, by the way. I wish I could play his music.
Steve, back to you. Other information, because I understand you allegedly have proof that David was allegedly involved with other minors.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I've brought that up before. So this wasn't a big surprise when, Beth said the word child porn 3 or 4 times today. And she was really, I agree with Mark, there's a lot of posturing going on here. And she was really trying to get that out there. But I have another minor that I've been in touch with for months that sent me photographic evidence of her and David at the rental house, and which was an illegal relationship.
Do you know if that's part of the case or going to be part of the case?
I don't know. They've been turned. I can tell you that the photos have been turned over to law enforcement. She's talked to law enforcement. I don't know if that's part of the case or not. They are going to be very protective of the imagery. They made that clear.
Steve, by the way, are people coming forward?
Jesse, let me just.
Well, Mark, just stand by for 1 second. Mark, just stand by for 1 second. I just want to follow up one thing with Steve here. Are people coming forward to you, Steve, with more information about David since he's been arrested and charged?
Yes, yeah, there is. There have been, and a couple of people had indicated to me that they would have something to say if he was arrested. They were nervous about him and people in his orbit, and they're more comfortable now. They still don't want to go public, but they're willing to talk to law enforcement.
I mean, they're coming to you, and then you're delivering that information to law enforcement, or they're speaking to you and law enforcement?
I'm connecting them in certain cases. Yeah.
Mark, over to you.
Look, to Steve's point and your question, whether they're going to bring that in, the pretext that they would use, the prosecution would use, is we're going to show that this is what's so-called 1101 modus operandi evidence. That's why it's important that we've got to try to get in the child porn evidence. The reality is it was nothing more.
It wasn't 15. It was 40 terabytes.
Than a way to slime him in the setting where there is basically litigation privilege, and they're pushing back. The prosecution, as expected, is pushing back hard on the defense because the defense.
Wait, I don't necessarily think he was a minor in these allegations, because nobody gives a damn what like 2 minors would do. Like if 2 minors get in a relationship, nobody would be making a deal out of it. Like, he wasn't a minor, he was an adult engaging in relationships, sexual relations with minors. That is a big difference. Like, I genuinely don't think that if 2 16-year-olds or 2 14-year-olds were seeing each other, that would make big news.
Did not waive their right to a speedy preliminary hearing. This is all orchestrated kabuki theater on behalf of the prosecution. They are not going to put their preliminary hearing on next week if they can help it, unless Mark,
so you could be 100% right. That could 100% be the strategy. But if this preliminary hearing does happen, right, and this is very different than a grand jury, right? This is not one-sided, closed door. Defense has an opportunity to challenge the prosecution's case. It is a low burden to...
Okay, somebody said when they met, she was 11 and he was 17. That is disgusting. What attraction does a 17-year-old have with an 11-year-old girl? It's a child, like... He was 18, but he was 19, 20 when she was 13, 14 when the abuse started.
to, prove that there's probable cause here to support the charges, that there's sufficient evidence. When you listen to, they say they have 40 terabytes of data that they're going to be turning over. We didn't get a full
Did you hear that? 40 terabytes.
analysis today of all the evidence they have and all the potential cooperating witnesses. Do you feel differently about how the prosecution, about their chances at a preliminary hearing, or the strength of their case, or what we can expect there?
Look, I say this, sometimes judges smile, other times they get mad at me. Probable cause proceedings in the County of Los Angeles have devolved into whether your client is breathing. That's the standard of probable cause. It used to be a way to weed out weak cases. That has long left the building. Probable cause now is such a low standard that virtually anything works. The problem is, from the prosecution standpoint, they have been singularly secretive about this case, going to the point of shutting down the Met.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, to anyone who's saying he didn't do that, bro, she was found in his car. I don't know. That means people would have to claim that somebody stole his car and then framed him by unaliving a girl that he was abusing and put her in his car.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Jesse Weber Live. So we have got just another jam-packed show for you this Thursday, because first of all, there are big updates in the murder case against singer David that we've been following, including the release of the medical examiner's report and what was apparently found on his phone. That came out in court today. We're going to get into it. Plus, big news out of the Middle East, right? Israel, Lebanon have now agreed to extend the ceasefire on the war front by 3 weeks in a deal that was worked.
Thank you for the gifts, y'all. Appreciate you.
And what it means for negotiations between the United States. We're going to have a little fun. We're going to do one of their blind rankings. I think you're going to... Telling the judge, they apparently found a, quote, significant amount of child pornography on his phone. Now, to be clear, we don't know if Celeste was included in those images, but that revelation, that alleged revelation, adds a new and troubling layer to this case. It makes me also wonder, are we talking a new set of charges? I'll explain. But prosecutors also disclosed that a wiretap was used during the investigation and that there were 3 separate grand juries looking into this case. 3? We always thought there was 1. They say there's still a large amount of digital evidence, more than 40 terabytes to process and turn over to the defense. So the judge set a preliminary hearing for May 1st. So that's where a court will determine if there is sufficient evidence, sufficient probable cause to support the charges for this case to move forward. Now, David has pled not guilty to these charges of first-degree murder, sexual abuse of a child, mutilation of human remains. Prosecutors claim he killed Celeste when she threatened to expose what they describe as an illegal sexual relationship with a minor. So after today, as you can imagine, there's a lot of questions. For that, I have 2 great guests. I turn to missing persons private investigator Steve Fisher, who's been all on top of this case. He was in the courtroom today for all of this. And also Mark Aragos, high-profile criminal defense attorney, friend of the show. He also co-hosts the podcast Reasonable Doubt, 2 Angry Men. Gentlemen, always happy to see you. Steve, I'm going to start with you.
Can I show y'all a video that really was disturbing to me? Hold on. When he was explaining one of his songs. Hold on. This one.
Hello, my name is David. Pronounced David, not D4VD. I'm from use my own music in my montages after my mom told me to. I was crying to her about it, and now we're here.
Yeah, he has a song called Romantic Homicide, by the way.
So how I created Romantic Homicide is basically like every other song in my sister's closet with the Apple earbuds and the app called BandLab on my phone, just going through instrumentals and letting them tell me what needs to be said on them, and basically just going from there. And then I write to contextualize the stories that I tell. I'm scared. It feels like you don't care. Enlighten me, my dear. Why am I still here?
Hold on. This is the one. This is the part I want to show. I'll pass to the part I wanted to show y'all.
Like, imagine if this rhymed. In the back of my mind, you died. And I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear. And I'm sick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive. So what inspired the hook, "In the Back of My Mind You Died," is kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died. And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. I've seen people online take different meanings and interpretations from that one part of the song where it's like it's their past selves that's dying. And they're not even crying about it because they're evolved or become better people or have killed addictions and other different stuff like that. So I think it's very powerful in that way too. In the back of my mind, I killed you. And I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you. I wanted you to feel the emotion in this part of the song, not just to repeat the hook, but to say it in a different manner with the same feeling that the first part of it conveyed, which was in the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm gonna say you died, but I say I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did, it was something that I decided to do, and I killed her in the back of my mind. But it's really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back of my mind. That's why I say it so loud. In the back of my mind, you died. In the back of my mind, I killed you. So it's all in the mind because that's the most secure place you can be is in your mind. So if you can expel that thought from your mind, then everything else will just come together. All the pieces will just align.
Yep. His songs were very interesting. There was another song as well. Hold on. This one. First of all, the girl he picked for the video looks like Celeste. But I want you guys to focus on the lyric. Hold on. Now, I used to think that this was a romantic song about like, you know, I don't care how long it takes, I'll wait for you. But now that I'm thinking about the fact that he was into minors, that sounds very sinister. It sounds very creepy when you add that aspect into it. I don't care how long it takes. Excuse me? That's creepy from a person who likes minors. I'm sorry. I don't care. It's like, you know, when R. Kelly had that whole "Age is Just a Number" or something like that song. Like, that is creepy when specific people sing it. He had another song. Hold on. Where is it? There was another song of his. Wait a second. That's, you know, it's just, for me, it's just personally very creepy. And then this one. Hold on. Let me show you guys one thing. Why is there a dead body on the bed there? I'm sorry, why is there a dead body on the bed? You can literally see the blood. It's actually diabolical to me. And then there was another one. Hold on, where is it? Was it this one? Hold on. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one. Look at this. There's another video. He dismembers her arm. I'm sorry. Tell me that's not creepy as hell. Paying attention to his music now. Paying attention to his music now. Oh, you guys want me to rewind it? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's just really weird. I know that some of these songs were written before he did anything to her, and some of them were written after, I think. But all I know is it's a bit strange to me. This person clearly seemed to be a person who was very deeply. Somebody said to check his merch. Why? There's nothing. Oh, they took his merch out probably. Yes, he seemed to be a very unstable person. And I personally don't think anybody should be defending this guy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think anybody should be defending this guy. And he released the videos every year on her birthday. I think her birthday was September 7 or 8, I think, and he always released them on that date. Now the real question that the real question that I want is all those actresses who were in his music videos, they probably feel disgusted with themselves now because they all look like her. Just wanted to say. They all look like her, so they probably feel disturbed.
We're there today. How did Burke look, number one? And two, did he have any kind of reaction when prosecutors revealed that they apparently found all this material on his phone?
Yeah, they brought him in, sheriffs brought him in an orange jumpsuit, and then they handcuffed him to the stanchion on the desk. He did not look at the gallery at all or the bedside. He just sat down, didn't even acknowledge his attorneys, although they were back there with him earlier. He stared forward. I've heard reports that he looked confident and everything. He did not look that to me. Of course, it's all subjective because I didn't know him before, but he did not, he didn't look confident to me. He looked like he was defeated.
Well, Mark, I mean, these new allegations about material on his phone, you couple that with a wiretap. My first thought, the attorney and me, I'm wondering, are the feds involved? I mean, I'm wondering, are you now potentially talking federal charges here?
Well, given the history, the more recent history, I would not be dismissive of that. If you had asked me 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I would have said, no, it's not likely. But given what has happened recently in Los Angeles County, that's entirely possible. But let's take one step back if we could. Part of what was happening here, and I had talked to you about this, Jesse, when the defense did not waive their speedy trial rights or speedy preliminary hearing rights, that forced the prosecution's, it basically called their bluff. Prosecution is going to do anything and everything, in my humble opinion, to try to get around doing a preliminary hearing next week. They started today. by, the cynic in me would say, they brought up there's child porn on the phone, there's 3 grand juries, there are federal, or there are wiretaps. All of that stuff was nothing more than a way to say, okay, defense, you're going to...
Whoa. One thing. Somebody said, even if people say she was underage, she was aware of it, and then she continued doing all of that. She's not the adult in this case. He's the adult. He should be aware of it and not continue. We're not going to be victim blaming here. You're not going to expect a literal child to have more awareness than an adult. Okay? That's literally disturbing. That is victim blaming. You're victim blaming a little girl who was unalive when she was 14, who he met when she was 11 or 12. That is a child. I don't know what you're talking about. A 21-year-old preying on a child, and you're going to say that you're going to make excuses for the 20-something-year-old, but not, or the 18, 19, 20-year-old, but not the 11-year-old child? Are you okay? Are you going to say that about the teachers too? The teachers who take advantage of young girls? Are you going to say that the girls in those cases as well should have known better than the teachers? Are you going to say the victims of P3Dophilia also should have known better? Please. Exactly. You have the power dynamics of the fact that he was a literal celebrity. He was famous. That power dynamic also exists, and he didn't handle that responsibly. Oh my goodness.
We're about to slime you right back, and that's and it was effective. We're leading with it. You're leading with it.
Definitely a strategy. Let me, Steve, stand by for 1 second. I just want to go back to you, Mark, on this. 3 grand juries? 3 grand juries? There was only reports about 1, as far as I can tell.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Gray.
Investigative grand juries that
I am so sorry, Gray.
Evidence. They're usually used to lock in testimony. None of them, as far as we can tell, were tasked with returning an indictment. Maybe, maybe not. But 3 grand juries. Why 3?
Let me just tell you why, and this has been one of the great frustrations
Thank you, Dante.
for me as somebody who practices in LA County.
I'm so sorry, Gray.
Of an investigative grand jury is nonsense. There are 3 grand juries because grand juries meet on certain days of the week. There are grand juries.
If there are any people who are victims here, I just wanted to tell you, it was never your fault. You couldn't have done anything better. You couldn't have fought against it. You were taken advantage of by a person who was a psychopath, who was a horrific person. And I'm telling you, it's not your fault. I'm sorry that happened to you. I hope you find some kind of healing or peace, and I hope that you are surrounded by a good emotional system that is there for you, that carries you through this, that helps you heal as well. And please, if you can, and if you have the privilege to, get professional help. Maybe therapy, whatever it is, if you can, and if you have the privilege to, get professional help. And if you can't, then I hope that you have family around you, family or friends around you that carry you through this.
Yeah, and I've brought that up before. So this wasn't a big surprise when, Beth said the word child porn 3 or 4 times today. And she was really, I agree with Mark.
It's never your fault.
Going on here, and she was really trying to get that out there. But I have another minor that I've been in touch with for months that sent me photographic evidence of her and David at the...
I am so sorry to anybody who has gone through that.
Legal relationship.
Do you know if that's part of the case or going to be part of the case?
I don't know. They've been turned. I can tell you that the photos have been turned over.
Oh, definitely, Queen.
She's talked to law enforcement. I don't know if that's part of the case or not. They are going to be very protective of the imagery. They made that clear.
Steve, by the way, are people coming forward?
Jesse, let me just.
Trying to tell you, my space is always safe for any survivors.
Steve here. Are people coming forward?
There will never be any victim blaming that is allowed here, unaddressed especially. We don't do that in this household. This is not a household that centers the victimizers. It actively centers the people who have been victimized and the people who are survivers.
Public, but they're willing to talk to
So
law
are they?
enforcement.
I mean, they're coming to you, and then you're delivering that information to law enforcement, or they're speaking to you and law enforcement.
I'm connecting them in certain cases. Yeah.
Mark, over to you.
Look, to Steve's point, and your question, whether they're going to bring that in, the pretext that they.
My bro once told me that it was my fault that stung. The guy popped my locked. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. One smile.
Modus operandi evidence. That's why it's important.
Oh my Lord.
We've got to try to get in the child porn evidence. The reality is it was nothing more than a.
Oh my Lord.
Him in the saying where there is basically litigation privilege.
I am so sorry to all the victims right now, to the survivors in my chat.
On the defense, because the defense did not waive their right to a speedy preliminary hearing. This is all orchestrated kabuki theater on behalf of the prosecution. They are not going to put their preliminary hearing on next week if they can help it, unless
Mark,
they get
so
rejected. That's not happening.
you could be 100% right. That could 100% be the strategy. But if this preliminary hearing does happen, right, and this is very different than a grand jury, right? This is not one-sided, closed door. Defense has an opportunity to challenge the prosecution's case. It is a low burden to, prove that there's probable cause here to support the charges, that there's sufficient evidence. When you listen to, they say they have 40 terabytes of data that they're going to be turning over. We didn't get a full analysis today of all the evidence they have and all the potential cooperating witnesses. Do you feel differently about how the prosecution, about their chances at a preliminary hearing, or the strength of their case, or what we can expect there?
Look, I say this, sometimes judges smile, other times they get mad at me. Probable cause proceedings in the County of Los Angeles have devolved into whether your client is breathing. That's the standard of probable cause.
Oh my Lord.
There used to be a way to weed out weak cases.
Listen.
That has long left the door. Probable cause now is such a low standard that virtually everything works.
This is, wow. I'm reading some of your comments while I'm focusing on the news, and before I switch up the news,
shutting down the medical examiner, not letting him speak.
Before I read up the news, because I'm reading your news, and I just wanted to know that it feels very personal, because there are so many victims in my chat right now. And I just wanted to tell you very, very clearly, I wanted to tell you this, okay? I see you. I hear you. I believe you. If you were silenced, I believe you. If you were gaslit, I believe you. If your abuser was not held accountable because they were loved or respected or charming or untouchable within your community, I believe you. If people around you chose comfort over your truth, I believe you. What happened to you matters. Your story matters. The fear that you carried, the shame that was never yours to hold, the nights you actively questioned yourself, the years that you tried to minimize it, the strength that it took just to survive it. All of that matters. All of that matters. And what it shows me time and time again is that there is an active pattern where so many women and so many children and so many victims are made to live in smaller rooms, in quieter spaces. They're made to make themselves smaller, their experiences smaller. They're degraded, they're dehumanized, they're silenced, they're demonized, they're adultified.
Including dismemberment.
And what I wanted to say is that if you are angry because of all of these things, you're not crazy because you're angry.
Showed, quote,
you're not weak because you're triggered. You're not dramatic because you're still hurting, and you're not alone in this.
Bottom line is, what does this really tell us? What questions?
The reason as to why listening about these stories, hearing these stories time and time again, it may feel heavy on your soul. It may feel triggering to you. It make you shake because your body will always remember.
Okay. What does that tell you?
And the reason as to why you care so deeply about any other person who has been victimized is because all of us know what it costs to survive something like this.
One of the things I was thinking we were going to see,
and I just wanted to tell you, within this community that you are in, you are not alone. I know that whether it is grape culture, whether it is the patriarchy, whether it is misogyny, whether it is toxic masculinity, all of these things build systems of silence. And what we are actively doing in this community is we're building rooms of truth. Those people actively relied on shame, and we here are choosing solidarity instead. They counted on isolating you, and we are choosing to be there for one another within this community.
You're gonna bleed out.
And what I wanted to tell you is, if no one has told you this recently, or if no one has ever told you this, whatever happened to you was not your fault. Not because of what you wore, not because of where you were, not because you froze, not because you didn't fight. It's never your fault. And survival looks very different for everybody. And the point here that you need to recognize and you need to be proud of yourself is the fact that you survived, and that within itself is power.
Intercostal space.
You deserved safety. You deserved to be believed the first time you told anybody. You deserved adults who protected you. You deserved justice. And even if the whole world around you failed you then, know that within this space, within this space,
I don't think that we should, in totality,
you will not be failed by people who are in the chat or by people who get on my panel. In this particular community, your story is sacred. Your voice is welcomed. Your pain is valid. Your healing is also possible. And just know that regardless of what happened to you and what was done to you, you are not broken. You are not dirty. You are not defined by what was done to you. You are still here, and that matters more than they ever counted on. I see you. I hear you. I believe you. I really felt like I needed to say that, by the way. I don't know why. We're going to continue on with the news with Iran and all these other topics, but I really, really felt like deep in my soul that I needed to say that.
There is some compromise,
okay,
but they're not in the same state as the soft tissue. You can actually clean those elements. And
anyways,
so you can find a weapon at some point in time. A tool mark expert.
I think the trial for David is on May 1st.
Will actually be able to microscopically look.
I don't necessarily think it will be a public trial.
Already that they've been damaged. If you can find an edge, you can actually compare it. They can say, you know how experts will talk in the stand.
We'll see.
Well, within.
It's on May 1st, yes. We'll see what happens, though, with that.
In reasonable scientific certainty, they can match that up.
Positive for methamphetamine and MDMA, but then there was another screening that said it was, I think.
Okay. Let's continue to So that was the first news that I really wanted to deal with. All of you are loved, by the way. That's the first news that I need to deal with. The second news on the line right now is Iran, what's happening currently in Iran and Lebanon. So we're gonna go on to that.
Time they want. Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no.
Listen, I am not perfect, okay? I might make mistakes. I am human after all. Oh, Gray, I'm sending you hugs. Gray sis يا أختي. أنا معاكي تمام. I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes. Can't continue to make mistakes. I'm human after all. But what I do know is I will always try my best. And the space that I create is always going to be a space. Get the fuck out of here, Kaiser. You're a fucking Zionist, bro. I don't know why the fuck a Zionist is telling me W Kaiser, bro. I don't like genociders. Get the hell out of here. Anyways. My bad. As you guys just saw, somebody just came here to disturb the tranquility that I was feeling. But anyways, sorry. I don't know why he just waltzed in here saying W Covey, bro. F you. Anyways, I just wanted to say, I will always try to do my best. Even though I might not, I am not perfect. I never claim to be perfect. I never claim to be this amazing, good person, okay? I'm just a person who tries to do their best, and I will try to do my best as well. So, just wanted to say that.
No leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, trigger warning, y'all. Teflon Don. Okay, trigger warning. Here.
Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. Nobody knows who the leader. I don't think they know who the leaders are, very importantly. So, you saw that.
Does he get more orange every single time I see him? Or is that just me? Mayara as well, like, just want to tell you, I hope you have a good support system as well around you. Does he get more orange every time I see him?
They can call it.
And what's up with under his eyes, by the way? It's never blended in. He needs to fire his makeup, whoever his makeup artist is.
Anytime they want. Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. Nobody knows who the leader. I don't think they know who the leaders are, very importantly. So, you saw that. And any other questions?
Yes, sir. What have you heard from Pakistan?
Clearly, their government is still intact because they're still defending themselves. So, what does he mean? They don't know who their leaders are?
And the Iran foreign minister was in Pakistan yesterday night.
I think Pakistan is terrific. I think the field marshal is fantastic. I think the prime minister of Pakistan is great. And, you know, they'd like to see something happen. But we're not going to be traveling 15, 16 hours to have a meeting with people that nobody ever heard of.
What changed to make you make that decision?
Too much travel. And when they say the meeting's scheduled for Tuesday, I said, Tuesday, that's a long time from now. But when you get right down to it, it's a lot of traveling. No, we don't want to do that.
At what point do you send Witkoff and Kushner and send Vice President Vance in? At what point are you going to be ready?
They're all.
Wait, so he canceled Kushner's and Witkoff's trip all the way to... Gray? He canceled their trip to Pakistan because he said it's all the way to Pakistan to talk to like, what?
Very confident, all three. Those are three good. But they weren't meeting with the leader of the country. They were meeting with other people. And I said, we're just not going to do too much.
Why would Iran send their leader of the country to go negotiate when they're in active war. And America has already assassinated the Ayatollah. I'm confused.
Traveling takes too long, too expensive. I'm a very cost-conscious person.
Mr. President, you said this week that you're not a fan of prediction markets and that they're turning the country into a casino. But at the same time,
I'm not?
That you're not a fan of prediction.
Well, I don't know. I know some people that are very smart. They like it. They disagree, but they like it. But what would you like to know? Who are you with?
I'm with the crypto-focused publication, and we also have a prediction market. And your administration is aggressively pushing to legalize these markets, and I was wondering if you potentially wanted to reconsider that policy.
A lot of other countries are doing it, and when the other countries do it, we get left out in the cold if we don't do it. So, but I know people that are in the prediction market business,
and also on the subject of crypto, what made you decide to go and attend this meme coin conference today?
It's a big industry, and we want to beat China at the industry. We're leading with crypto, we're leading with AI, and I really feel I have an obligation from this. As a president, I have to be able to make sure that all of our industries do well. Crypto is a big industry. It's become somewhat mainstream. The banks have it, people have it, and I think as the leader of the country, we want to lead in AI. And we're leading China by a lot in AI, and we're also leading in crypto.
Do you agree with the decision by Janine Pirro to drop the investigation into Jerome Powell?
Well, I want to find out. It's not dropped, and they're looking into the whole thing about
the IG.
AI will be the death of us all. I'm not gonna lie. The way AI is being used in war is actually terrifying.
What I want to look at, with the IG, what I want to look at is how can a building that I could have done for $25 million cost $4 billion? That's a big thing, and he was in charge. So we'll get to the bottom of it. Yeah, I think Janine is fantastic. And she worked with other people on that. I tell you, I want to find out. I have an obligation to find out. This was done during Biden, but I have an obligation to find out I would have done that building for $25 million, had money left over, and it would have been open a long time ago.
You are her people.
I want to find out because for the country, look, we have a railroad under construction in California.
Have you guys seen that AI woman on TikTok? That black woman who everybody thinks is like an actual singer, but she's just AI? Have y'all seen that? Oh my goodness, what's her name? Sienna AI singer. Sienna Rose. Hold on. She's AI.
But is she real or AI?
Who is behind this woman? Why is she black? This woman is like a whole AI person. She's not real. Here.
People decided to look past the surface of Sienna Rose for the first time to see what was really there. Hidden behind the screen was something so shocking. And when the truth finally came out, it wasn't a real woman.
Let me show you the TikTok page. Hold on. Sorry, but I don't. I'm getting kind of distracted by this. But hold on. But I want to show you how crazy, because I saw somebody said it's the era of deception, and I genuinely think it is. She's AI. Can you believe that? She's AI. She's not real. Tell me this isn't scary. And now she's like such a huge singer. Exactly, she's a top-selling artist now. That even like you have like BTS members reposting her video, and you have like celebrities like I think was it Selena Gomez who like reposted one of her songs because they thought that she's a real person. She's AI. She's not real.
The world feels quiet,
and why is she black? Who is behind her? I bet you it's not a black person. I bet you it's not a black person.
The world feels quiet,
Like, do you know how crazy that is? Many people don't even know that she's AI. So yes, AI is going to be the era of deception, because what if they use that for war footage? Like, who knows what they're going to use that for? If it's so realistic now, who knows if they're going to use that for war footage? What if footage of G-Side comes out and they just say, oh, that's just AI, it's not real? It is going to be an era of deception, and that's why literally AI is terrifying.
That's the worst thing I've ever seen under Gavin.
Like, what ethical thing can be done with this? I don't think it's ethical at all.
Find out why that one is costing 20 times what it was projected to cost. Likewise, the Fed building is a small. I built the hotel in Washington, the Waldorf Astoria. I built it for $201 million. And I believe it's bigger than the Fed building. And you have bathrooms, you have a lot of, it's much tougher, much more expensive to build a hotel than an office. I want to find out, how can a building of that size cost for whatever it's going to be? Nobody knows, by the way, what it's going to be. Kevin is going to be fantastic, Kevin Walsh. He may never get to be in that building.
Is it smooth sailing for him now? Will Gillis drop his walk?
I would imagine it's smooth, but whether it is or not, somebody has to find out why that building that should have cost $25 million is costing billions of dollars.
Wait, what is Coco Expressions? Is that on TikTok, Bugsby?
And you know why they have to find it out? For other buildings, because that's not the only one. I think that's the most egregious example.
What else by Iran? I'm just figuring out who is in charge. If the hardliners or IRGC-aligned leaders have greater power in Iran, can the U.S. make it?
Okay, hold on. Let me look this up. Bugsby said Coco Expressions letter to the woman I am becoming. Okay, this looks AI. Holy shit. Wait, is the music AI too?
You don't chase anymore. You don't break the same. You don't shrink to fist.
Is the
that were never built to hold you. To walk away without making a scene. You learn to stay soft without losing your strength. You learn that healing isn't pretty, but my God, it's honest and it's yours. Everything you survive.
The music is also AI, and this has 222,000 views. And for some reason, why are they all black? Why are they all black?
Talk a little bit about why you're a Navy SEAL.
It's actually terrifying.
4 to 6
It's genuinely terrifying.
weeks, and I was right, because at the end of 6 weeks, at the end of 4 weeks, their military was decimated. But now what I'm doing, I can't tell you that. I don't want to put that kind of a timetable on it, but it'll go pretty quickly. And we'll have the strait opened up. Now, right now, we have it closed. We have total control of the strait. And the fact that it's closed, they would have opened it up 3 days ago. They came to us and they said, we will agree to open the strait. And all my people were happy. Everybody was happy except me. I said, wait a minute, if we open the strait, that means they're going to make $500 million a day. I don't want them to make $500 million a day until they settle this thing. So I'm the one that kept it closed. We have total control of it. And it'll open when they make a deal or something else happens that's very positive.
So what do you say to the American people who question how much longer this will take? Obviously, you know that they are having
You're such a disgrace. Did you hear what I just said? Vietnam. How many years was Vietnam?
I understand, sir.
How many years was Vietnam? Well, I did my I took
Yikes.
I took the country out militarily in the first 4 weeks. I took it out militarily. Now all we're doing is sitting back and seeing what deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, then I'll finish it up militarily with the other 25% of the targets. We've hit 78% of the targets that we've wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing. We've knocked out their missile production. We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything. In some cases, when I say knocked it out, 70, 80, 90%. It's amazing what we've done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush my...
None of this is true, by the way. I think 60% of their navy is intact. And a majority of their military is still intact. So none of what he's saying is true.
So, because every story says, oh, Trump is under time pressure. I'm not, no. You know who's under time pressure? They are. Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode. You know what that means? Because they have no place to store it. And because they have no place to store it, they have to stop it. Something happens that only Len can explain. Something happens underground.
Wait. Hold on. Simba Jr. said, Somali pirates. Why are they called pirates? Doesn't every country have a coast guard? So why do Somalis protecting their waters? Why are they called pirates? Genuine question. I would refer to them as coast guards, by the way. It's very interesting. Every other country is allowed to have a coast guard, but then all of a sudden, predominantly black country in Africa, protecting their waters, they're called pirates. Crazy.
That essentially renders it in very poor shape, and you never recover fully. You can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it like it is right now. And they have a matter of days before that event takes place. So I'm not under any pressure whatsoever. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded. I call them locked and loaded. They're locked and loaded. They're ready to go. We have much higher quality equipment.
And yes, the Red Sea is the next in line.
And or the military operation, whatever you want to call it. And they're coming to us. The problem they have is they are very disorganized right now. Well, now yesterday, and I was very pleased with this, 8 young women were going to be executed yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. And I asked them, call it a favor or call it just a moral request that they not be executed. And they came back with an answer that they won't be executed. They're going to release. It was protesting.
I know pirates sound badass, but I pirates is also a very dehumanizing word that has been applied to Somalis, making it seem as if they don't have a right to defend their waters. When they do, they have every right to defend their waters. And so them defending their waters is not them being pirates. It's just them having a coast guard, basically.
8 beautiful young women. very young women, and they were the pictures in the paper.
Ew, I don't like how he talks about young women.
And it's been a story for a little while, and I saw that, and I said, let's see if we can save them. And it was very nice what happened. So,
Iran said this wasn't true, by the way. Iran said that the women were not supposed to be executed, and that he just flat out lied about this whole thing.
Going to be, what they're doing is, as you know, they're releasing 4 of them very shortly, and they're going to keep 4 of them in jail for a period of 1 month and release them, so they won't be executed.
So if you're asking for more time,
he said that this whole thing, they said that this whole thing was a lie.
For more time, I'm not asking for them. No, it's not more time. I'm not asking anybody for more time.
If you need more time.
No way, Simba. Are you serious?
Anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future.
For a little while. And you know what they get for that? You know what they get for that? Iran without a nuclear weapon that's going to try and blow up one of our cities or blow up the entire Middle East. You want to see what shock would be? And I have to be honest, the stock market is at an all-time high right now. I thought it would have been down 20, 25%. When we hit, wait, can I finish my question? Wise guy.
Not the wise guy. Help.
It's at an all-time high right now. I projected, and I'm pretty good at this, that the stock market, Howard, would drop maybe 20%, 25%. And I understood that. And I said, hey, it's a bad thing, but I have to do what's right for the country, even the world. Because you can't have them, you cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. So the stock market, unlike what a lot of people were predicting.
By the way, we have been up, how long now? 1 hour and 17 minutes, and we're only at 23 likes. 23,000 likes, sorry. So while we're continuing to break down the news, I'm still going to be staying for like at least another hour. It would be really, really awesome if y'all continue liking the live, sharing the live, gifting, following, all the good little things. So I just wanted to say, please, 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 please continue liking the live, gifting. You can send a heart me right next to my name as well. And then follow if you want more news updates. And then also share the live, everybody. If everybody here could share the live 5 times, not more than 5, that would be genuinely amazing. And after we do this, we're going to go into the breakdown of what's happening in Lebanon, what's happening in Iran, what's happening in Mali. Mali is going crazy, by the way. They've been attacked. They've been rocked today. And then also Sudan. So I'll be reading the updates. If you want any of the updates on that, please do stay tuned. But yeah, please support the live while I'm doing that. My pay links are in the link tree in my bio. If you also do want to support me, you can gift me there, or you can gift me here, or you can subscribe. Anything is much appreciated. And if you can't do any of that, I appreciate that too if you would just like and share the live.
I thought they weren't necessarily wrong. The stock market today hit an all-time high. Hit an all-time high yesterday, the day before, and it's staying there. I thought oil would go up to maybe $200 a barrel, and oil is at a different number than anyone thought. In fact, this country is much lower because we have all the oil we can use. We're actually, ships are coming from all over the world to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska. They're coming from all over the world to get oil from the United States, while this is closed, the Hormuz Strait. So,
thank you, Fifi.
If you look at what I said, I guess it was right, because I said I'd have it 4 to 6 weeks, and in 4 weeks we have totally defeated their military.
But you
so right now,
no, he did not defeat their military.
You guys are, trying to make us look as bad as possible. I don't want to rush it. I want to take my time. We have plenty of time, and I want to get a great deal. I want to get a deal where our nation and the world is safe from lunatics with nuclear weapons. Yes.
If it does go to 200, are you okay with that, sir?
I think that there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that takes out 1 of your cities or 2 of your cities or 3. I think there's nothing worse than a nuclear weapon that's going to destroy the Middle East, including Israel. I think there's nothing worse than Europe being under attack by people that have missiles now that reach Europe. As you know, they don't reach us, but they reach Europe. But they will reach us at some time, probably the not too distant future, unless we stop them now.
Oh my goodness.
I think it would be nothing worse than having nuclear holocaust in Europe.
What? Did you just say nuclear H-cost?
In Paris, various places in Germany.
Wait, hold on.
I mean, nuclear holocaust in Europe, London, Paris, various places in Germany, all targeted. No, what I say is you can't let them have. I don't think it will happen, by the way. I really think we actually, it turns out that we are drill baby drill, and it turns out we're producing a lot of oil, and they're buying the oil. They're going to Alaska, going to Texas, Louisiana, and our guys have done a fantastic job. We're putting out right now more oil and gas than we ever have in the history of our country. And one other thing, there are more people employed today in the United States than ever in the history of our country.
Okay. I have a question, sir. Is it true that your administration is considering sending 1,100 Afghans to the Democratic Republic of Congo? And if so, do you have a response?
Ooh, what? What did I just hear? Huh? Trump officials consider sending 1,100 Afghans who aided U.S. forces to Congo? Discussions reportedly come after Trump's decision to stop initiative that allowed group to apply to resettle in the U.S. The Trump administration is in discussions to potentially send up to 1,100 Afghans who helped U.S. forces during the war in Afghanistan to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, because Congo, doesn't, they're not going through a G-side. As if, they can take in more people. The resettlement talks, first reported by the New York Times, come after Donald Trump's decision to stop an initiative that allowed Afghans who assisted U.S. war efforts to apply to resettle in the U.S. This group of more than 1,000 Afghans who have been waylaid in Qatar for a year reportedly includes interpreters as well as relatives of U.S. military members. The group also includes more than 400 children. According to the Times, the U.S. evacuated these Afghans to Qatar for their protection because they supported U.S. military efforts in their home country, which, since the U.S. military withdrawal, is once again under Taliban control. The DRC, meanwhile, is suffering from an enormous displacement crisis following decades of conflict and instability. According to the United Nations Refugee Agency, 8.2 million people were displaced as of September 2025, with this number expected to reach 9 million by this year's end. Sean Van Diver, president of the non-profit Afghan EVAC, told Guardian that he had heard about these discussions from people at and around the U.S. State Department. Van Diver said that 900 of 1,100 Afghans in Qatar were eligible for resettlement in the U.S. For the 200 that are not eligible, the U.S. could talk to countries other than the DRC, which is reeling from violence, about accepting them. The others should come here, Van Diver said. This is an easy solve. Hey, welcome to America. Van Diver said between 100 to 150 of those Afghans are family members of active duty service members, while more than 700 are women and children. It's insane. This could all be fixed just by policy change, Van Diver said, saying that the Department of Homeland Security could allow in Afghans who have already qualified for the program. They can come here. There's no law that's preventing them. It is also possible that the DRC talks will not materialize into actual resettlement, leaving this group of Afghans in still more limbo. Given their cooperation with U.S. forces, returning to Afghanistan would probably result in death, Van Diver said. Asked for a comment, a State Department spokesperson said they are continuing to identify options for voluntary resettlement of Afghans currently living at Camp Asailia in Qatar, and claimed moving this group to a third country is a positive resolution for their safety and that of Americans. The spokesperson There we go. The spokesperson added, Afghan nationals at CAS do not currently have a viable pathway to the United States. The State Department says it is in routine direct communication with camp residents on resettlement initiatives, but because of the sensitivity, they will not reveal details surrounding the negotiations. Motherfucking disaster. That is, by the way.
Of our country.
I have a question, sir. Is it true that your administration is considering sending 1,100 Afghans to the Democratic Republic of Congo? And if so, do you have a response to
I don't know. I'd have to check that. Please,
Thank you, Mr. President. Breitbart News' Matt Boyle just published an interview with Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis, in which the Prime Minister said that he's rooting for you to succeed in getting a deal with Iran. And he also said he looks forward to hosting you in Greece later this year. Do you have any response?
No, it's just really nice. I mean, Greece has been very supportive, actually. Greece has been terrific. He's a terrific guy because he understands the importance of it. You know, oil goes up a little bit. I hate it. You know?
Who heard that here who heard that for the first time, by the way, the whole Afghan thing? Who just found out about that news here in this live? Right? I want to figure out. Crazy. Isn't that insane? Yeah. It's actually insane. Why would you send people to an active G-side? But okay.
I was the one that had it down to $60 a barrel. And I looked at guys like Howard Lutnick. Howard, you remember it well. I said, well, we just hit an all-time high in the history of the market. Think of this. When we hit 50,000, I was told, everybody was told, when I won the election, November 5th, they said, well, during the 4-year period, it'll be impossible for the Dow to ever reach 50,000. It'll be impossible for the S&P to ever hit 7,000. Impossible. And you remember that, right? It was going to hit maybe 6, 7 years, 8 years, but I did it in my first year, hit 50,000. Now it's just about at 50,000, and S&P is higher than it was when we started. And S&P hit over 7,000, and that was before the year ended up, 1 year. So I can only tell you this: it'll end. I don't think it'll be very long, by the way. They're delaying it because we don't know who to deal with.
Exactly, diplomat.
They are in. You know, they know who the leader is in this country. We don't know who the leader is in Iran. Because remember, regime change. Khomeini is gone. He's gone to greener pastures.
Wait, but his son has taken over. Mujtaba Khomeini. Why is he pretending as if they haven't already come up with a replacement?
He's gone, and all of his team is gone. Then a second group came in, they're all gone.
No, that's not true.
Now you have the third group, and they were a little concerned about being gone too.
Sir, would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on Truth Social.
No, we don't need it. Why do I need it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked? Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them without it? No, I wouldn't use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
He's not in a coma because he had a speech that he held.
The timeline of when they could give
which we're all very much looking forward to. Prince Harry today has said that he would like to see you do more to end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make those comments ahead of the visit on Monday?
Prince Harry?
Yes, sir.
How's he doing? How's his wife? Please give her my regards, okay? No, I don't know. I think I know one thing. Prince Harry is not speaking for the UK. That's for sure. I think I'm speaking for the UK more than Prince Harry. But I appreciate his advice very much.
Would you have
great advice.
to the dinner and to the state visit?
Well, I look forward to the dinner. We're having King Charles come. He's a friend of mine. We're really looking forward to it. We've spoken, and we're going to have a great time. I tell you, if I had that ballroom built, it would be full.
Of course, King Charles is going to come. Fun fact, both of them are on the Epstein files. Ooh! King Charles, I'm not going to call him a king, Charles, and Trump. Interesting.
I wish we had more seats. You know, they've wanted a new ballroom for 150 years. Now they're getting the best in the world. We're going to have the best in the world. But, you know, we have a room that's not big enough to handle what would be a big crowd. But we're going to have very great people that love the UK. I love the UK. I think they made a big mistake on energy. You should open up the North Sea in Aberdeen. You should open it up. And the other thing is they've made a big mistake on immigration. Okay.
Sir, what do you hope to learn from Janine Pirro's investigation into the Fed's renovation that you did not? What do you hope to learn from the Janine Pirro's investigation into the Federal Reserve?
Janine Pirro? Is that same Fox woman? Why is she even? Remember her?
My resolution? Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
That woman? That woman? Okay.
Think about it. Omar wears a hijab, which according to the Quran 33:59 tells women to cover so they won't get molested. Is her adherence to this Islamic doctrine indicative of her adherence to Sharia law, which in itself is antithetical to the United States Constitution? We need to kill them. We need to kill them. The radical Muslim terrorists hell-bent on killing us. You're in danger. I'm in danger. We're at war, and this is not going to stop. And make no mistake, as sure as I'm talking to you, there will be efforts to limit our First Amendment, our free speech, to comply with Sharia blasphemy laws, which call for death to those who slander the Prophet Muhammad. And when they want to shut us up, they call us Islamophobes. I told you that you need to be afraid because they are coming for you. The ISIS assault, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria signals the beginning of the reverse crusade. They are coming for us. To them, we are the infidels. My resolution? Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again. And I don't care how long it takes. That same FBI interviewed Mateen, the Orlando shooter, 3 times. Mateen told them that his anti-American comments were simply a response to what he perceived as anti-Muslim comments. He was turning the tables on us folks while basically tapping into our politically correct Islamophobic guilt. We can't negotiate with them. We can't trade with them. We can't let them out of Guantanamo. In fact, even Guantanamo is too good for them. Until we get this country back on track with our military superiority, the hallmark of a strong and a free nation, then our enemies will continue to attack us as lone wolves or as legion. It's time for Americans to realize it's us against them. To come together.
Yeah. That Janine Pirro.
The other thing is they've made a big mistake on immigration. Okay.
Sir, what do you hope to learn from Janine Pirro's investigation into the Fed's renovation that you did not? What do you hope to learn from the Janine Pirro's investigation?
By the way, every single thing that is being played here is for educational purposes only. I do not agree with any of the comments made, nor do they represent my values. I am only streaming this in accordance with the fair use law in order to comment on whatever the fuck I just saw. So yeah.
Into the Federal Reservation that you did not learn when you visited the site yourself.
Well, look, the Federal Reserve building is a small building. They're going to be in there by the time it opens, in my opinion, for $4 billion. I built a hotel down the road for $201 million that I believe is bigger than the Federal Reserve building. $201 million. And the ballroom, I'm going to have the ballroom from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes, like marbles, the quality finishes. We'll go top of the line. But that's a much bigger project. When you look at the fact that they've taken this beautiful building and destroyed it, they've taken down the beautiful ceilings with eagles. They've taken down the walls that are a foot and a half thick, masonry. You couldn't hear from office to office. They ripped it all down. They ripped down, as Kevin Warsh, who's terrific, said to you, the saddest thing is they ripped down the nicest building in Washington for boardrooms and all. Did you know about that building? They ripped it down. It was beautiful. The boardroom building, it was beautiful, and they ripped it down.
Oh my goodness.
Probably because it cost so much to fix it. So I would have done that job for $25 million, had money left over. It's going to cost more than, in my opinion, it's not going to open for a long time. You know, Kevin may not be able to have an office. I'm going to have to get him an office. Can you give him an office?
Yes, space.
Bobby, do you have some space over there, please?
Yeah, we have a lot of space.
But there's more than you think. But we're going to have Kevin sitting right next to you, Bobby. But it may not open for a long time.
But the diabolical thing about Islamophobia is it doesn't only impact Muslims, it impacts anyone who is racialized as a Muslim too. So people who might come from certain regions in the global south, even if they are Christian, even if they are whatever it is, other beliefs that they have, they still get subjected to Islamophobia because of how in certain instances it gets really racialized and attacks. Like, for example, after 9/11, you had Sikhs in turbans getting actively attacked, even though they weren't Muslim, because they were racialized as Muslim.
The other day, it's a see-through. You know, that means the walls aren't even up yet. This is after years and years of construction. And somehow, you have to find out what went wrong. That a small building, I could have done it for $25 million and had money left over. It would have been beautiful. That a small building can cost $4 billion. It may never open. It may never open. And we have to get to that. On top of that, he's been terrible in interest rates because he should have lowered interest rates. That's why I call him Jerome Too Late. Too Late is his nickname. Jerome Too Late, pal. He likes me a lot. Thank you very much.
Today, President Trump canceled plans for his top envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to travel to Pakistan for negotiations with Iran aimed at ending the war. The president spoke in Florida right before returning to Washington, D.C.
We're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth to be giving a document that was not good enough. And so we'll deal by telephone, and they can call us anytime they want.
Tonight, Iran's foreign minister who left Pakistan is questioning whether the U.S. is serious about diplomacy. CBS's MTS Tayeb is in Islamabad and leads us off tonight. MTS.
Tarika, good evening. Well, Pakistani mediators are reeling after President Trump abruptly canceled the trip by his special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner here to Islamabad. Now, the move has also thrown the shaky Pakistan-brokered ceasefire into doubt. Now, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi was...
I don't know how to feel about Pakistan. For the government, I mean. Because they're actively trying to negotiate, but they're also very sus.
Here in the capital for nearly
with regards to how they're acting politically.
Leaders, where sources tell us he delivered Tehran's conditions to restart negotiations and end the war. But President Trump's decision to scrap the talks now risks deepening.
Because not only have they bombed the Afghan capital, they have also annexed Afghan land. And also recently, by the way, not many people know this, but Saudi Arabia pushed Pakistan to cancel weapon shipments to Sudan. So Pakistan was supposed to sell weapons. It was supposed to sell fighter jets to the Sudanese government, which is helping them fight the RSF. And Saudi Arabia told Pakistan to cancel its deal with the Sudanese government, that particular deal of fighter jets.
Stalemate between Washington and Tehran. as tensions in the Strait of Hormuz rise, with both sides blocking parts of the waterway where 20% of the world's oil passes. And so what we're seeing tonight is a high-stakes game of diplomatic chicken, with neither side willing to blink. And the concern is if talks don't resume soon, Jerika, this could slide back into all-out war.
Yeah, so much on the line. MTS tie-up, thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
So let us go through the news currently.
Hezbollah in southern Lebanon.
Oh my goodness.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu instructed the military to forcefully attack the group despite the extension of a ceasefire in Lebanon agreed this month. The Trump administration is ramping up economic pressure on Iran, tightening sanctions alongside a naval blockade that's targeting its maritime trade. The measures are aimed at cutting off oil revenues and restricting access to global financial markets as Washington seeks to curb Tehran's nuclear ambitions. Ume Kulsum Sharif explains.
The U.S. Treasury Department has imposed sweeping sanctions on 40 shipping firms and vessels for allegedly buying and transporting Iranian crude oil. Now, the Trump administration has also imposed sanctions on an independent Chinese oil refinery in its latest pressure tactic. Now, the Hengel petrochemical refinery is considered to be one of the largest customers of Iranian crude oil and other petroleum products. Now, the U.S. Treasury Department's most aggressive sanctions so far since the war started target what is called as the shadow fleet. Now, these are essentially ships that use deceptive shipping tactics to smuggle sanctioned goods. And countries like Russia,
I just realized I haven't eaten all day.
Rely on these shadow fleet to sell and transport their oil. Now, this underground network of aging vessels represents about 1,000 ships, accounting for about 17% of global oil fleet tankers. Now, shadow fleet falsify their location. They also change their name, their flag to evade detection. And they operate by actually turning off the ship's automatic identification system. And oil is usually transferred from smaller tankers to larger ones.
Okay, let's go to the news. So it says here.
Asian markets and China.
Hold on. So I don't know if you guys know this, by the way, but oh, here it is. It says here, President Trump says 8 women set to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be, and thanks Iranian leaders for respecting his request. So this is what he said. He said to the Iranian leaders who will soon be in negotiations with my representatives, I would greatly appreciate the release of these women. I'm sure that they will respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm. Would be a great start to our negotiations. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then he retweeted that on his Truth Social. Sorry, not tweet. But he said, very good news. I've just been informed that the 8 women protesters who were going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. 4 will be released immediately and 4 will be sentenced to 1 month in prison. I very much appreciate that Iran and its leaders respected my request as President of the United States and terminated the planned execution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, the problem is that Iran's judiciary yesterday called President Trump's claims that 8 women had been sentenced to death fake news. It said that half of the women had already been released, while the others were receiving sentences that did not include the death penalty. They said that President Trump fell for baseless anti-Iranian propaganda. Hi, Erica. Erica, did you know about this? Girl, the first person I thought about was you. Did you know that Trump officials were trying to send 1,100 Afghans to Congo? Why did I just find it out today? Diabolical.
Okay, we're taking you to some live pictures now from Washington, D.C., where the White House Correspondents Association dinner is underway. It appears as though there's been a commotion in the ballroom.
Afghan civilians, yeah. They're trying to send Afghans to Congo.
This is the White House
By the way, today there are multiple attacks in Mali. It's a camp of refugees. Yes, exactly. These are refugees who fled from Afghan, ones who were either family members of like service members, US service members, or they are people who actively helped the US, like interpreters and stuff like that, and they cannot go back to Afghanistan. They've been stuck in Qatar, but now like the Trump administration is trying to negotiate sending them to Congo. So there were active attacks in Mali. So within Mali, there are some Tuareg are like an ethnic group, rebellion groups in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Now these groups, including a group called Jainim, that are all like affiliated with ISIS or Al Qaeda, they did massive T attacks around the capital city of Mali. And it was really bad today. Malians are also Muslim, bro. Majority of the victims of these types of groups are Muslims. Stop with your Islamophobic rhetoric, okay? Hold on. And it was really bad. Do you guys want to guess who trained these groups?
Presidents generally tend to attend. This is the first time that Donald Trump.
What's wrong with Discord?
The White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I'm hearing shots fired at the Correspondents' Dinner. Can you search?
What we can tell you is that the president has been moved outside of at least the banquet hall, which you're seeing in these latest pictures.
What shots?
At this point, this is the update that we have for you from Washington, D.C. There appear to still be other people inside the banquet room that are milling about. Many of these people are Washington correspondents for the newspapers, television networks, inside that generally tend to report on the president. There are also, you can bring in Manuel Rapallo, who joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Manuel, is there anything else that you can tell us about what may have taken place inside this banquet room?
Yes, this is live.
At the moment, we don't have any clear information as to exactly what it was that took place. If you are watching those live pictures of that banquet, we can tell you that this is an event that began only about 40 minutes ago. This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the first one that President Trump has attended in his presidency, both in his first administration and his second. What we can tell you is that there were loud sounds that were heard inside that banquet hall. The head table was evacuated, but I am looking at live pictures of that as well right now. I'm seeing that there are still people in that banquet hall at the White House still attending. It is, again, unclear exactly what it was that took place, what those sounds were that prompted the security detail there to approach the head table and escort the President of the United States and the First Lady and everyone at that head table away from the situation. We are working right now to try to figure out exactly what it was, what those sounds were. But again, it does appear as though the situation has calmed down quite a bit. You can see the security detail there behind the head table. You can still hear quite a bit of commotion there in the room. You can see the attendees, which are members of the press, both national press here in the United States and international press, holding up their phones, recording what is going on, streaming it live presumably as well. So it is very important to report here in the coming moments as to exactly what it was that led the security to take action and escort the president away from that head table.
Okay, and Manuel, we do know that, well, this was the first time that the U.S. president had been attending this event. There was also a number of members of his cabinet who were in attendance or who were supposed to be in attendance at this event. I'm unclear if they were all moved out as well. A number of them were sitting at tables or were supposed to be sitting at tables with news organizations. I'm not sure if you have any more details on that or who else in the cabinet was there. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, was sitting beside the First Lady at the head table, Melania Trump, who was, of course, sitting beside the president. Can you give us any more information of who we expected to be in attendance here as well from the Trump cabinet?
This is without a doubt one of the highest profile events that takes place during the year in Washington, D.C. We know that as well, along with President Trump and the First Lady Melania, White House press secretary, and senior members of the Trump cabinet were also in attendance. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was seen arriving earlier during the red carpet event. So again, this is a very high-profile event. Not only senior members of the Trump administration in attendance, but just about, not to sound cliche, but anyone who's anyone in the press corps in Washington, D.C. is in attendance at this event. And again, at the moment, if you are looking at live pictures, which I am right now, you'll notice that the room itself has not been cleared. It does appear there is still, from what I can, as far as I can gather, there is still music playing in the room.
Why is his table? Why is there commotion on his table though? Why is everything shaking there?
But in moments like these, even if it was to speculate a protest, which is not an uncommon occurrence at events like these, you see them on Capitol Hill, you see them at the White House. If it was the case of an activist that was trying to call attention to something in particular, there is going to be security taking.
Because there was some kind of commotion and the whole table had to be evacuated.
From anything that could be perceived as being in harm's way. The same
to the people asking what happened, I can't respond to you guys. This is happening live right now, so I don't necessarily know
U.S. Secretary of State
what's happening because they don't know what's happening.
Of the Trump administration in attendance at this event, and security, Secret Service at the White House absolutely taking no risk to make sure that everything is under control.
Manuel, stay with us. I just want to bring our viewers up to speed at what they're seeing right now. We've got two video feeds up on the screen. On the left is pictures from just a short time ago of loud sounds that were heard in the banquet hall of the White House Correspondents Association dinner, the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner.
707.
The president was sitting at the head table with the First Lady. Loud sounds were heard in the banquet room, and he was very quickly evacuated, removed from the stage by security. On the right side of the screen, what people are seeing is what is happening in that banquet hall right now. These are live pictures, or they were live pictures. We'll come back to them in just a second, but to show you that there are still people in that hall. Now, while you're looking at these pictures of the president being moved, you can see how quickly he has moved out. You can also see how significant the security presence is around the president. Just off stage, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 security team members that are dressed like SWAT team members that have guns that were immediately surrounding the stage.
Melania would have been happy, I'm not gonna lie.
A number of other security officers that removed the president from the stage. So this
Melania would have done an Erica Kirk and went on tour.
The United States, Donald Trump, his wife Melania.
Child, Melania would have done an Erica Kirk, bro. Erica Kirk, don't sue me.
President of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Jiang.
Don't sue me, girl.
Was immediately removed when these loud sounds were heard. We also know, Manuel, there are a number of members of the president's cabinet that were in attendance at this meeting. As you mentioned, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was seen on the red carpet arriving earlier. This is a dinner that is normally attended not just by members of the administration, members of...
No, literally, they'd be on tour together, celebrating the day. Like
present at this event. These are the live pictures again where you can see that there are still people inside this ballroom. But Manuel, bring us up to speed, if you could, about the security that surrounds the president, obviously wherever he goes, but certainly given that there have been concerns over this president's security since his campaign.
Riley, that's absolutely right. And we're talking about one of the most
y'all know that. Y'all know what I thought about?
In the world, which is the White House, the executive building of the U.S.
Hold on.
government here in
You
Washington.
know that
DC.
one
What I can
scene
tell you is
from
that this
Scary Movie
approximately 46 minutes ago at 8 p.m. local
of
time
Brenda?
in Washington, D.C., a much anticipated event. As you mentioned in your introduction there, Riley, this is not just an event that's meant to celebrate the White House Correspondents Association. This is an event that draws in celebrities
Hold on.
from all over the country and all over the world. President of the
This would be Melania, okay? Okay, so Anna Faris is Trump, okay? And Brenda is Melania.
Why this loud bitch gotta bring that shit over here? Or maybe she won't see me. Somebody help me! Brenda! Oh, shit! She stole me! Thank you, okay, now let that shit just mutilate her white ass and leave. Damn it, please die. Oh my God, Brenda, we're gonna die. It would have just been you if you would have just shut the fuck
I don't know why my mind works like this. I just thought about, for some reason, when I heard about Melania, I just thought about this Brenda scene.
Be crazy, damn. I'm sorry, Miss Skeleton. Here.
Hold on.
Have a nice trip. Girl, I got an idea. Come on.
Where is the one about her running away? Yeah, that's what I thought about. You know, Brenda running away? Do y'all remember that scene? When Brenda's like saying,
What are you doing?
he's gonna get you or something. Wait, where is it? Hold on. It might be somewhere here. No, it's not. Oh, this one. Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
I thought I was your best friend. I'm gonna miss you, girl.
That's Melania Trump. Saying bye-bye. Sorry. If something were to ever happen, that would be Melania, bro, running away. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
The chatter here in Washington in anticipation of this event.
The little break. Listen.
And of course, this is
To help you guys understand my brain, I get a bit overwhelmed and stressed with everything. So little breaks in between with jokes
that was disruptive of this is
makes me kind of,
again looking at those live
you know,
pictures, it does
cope with it all. So
scene, but again, security would be not taking.
I don't think I'll ever be able to just say completely professional the whole time.
Perceived as a threat.
You know, you gotta cope with it.
News on what
Yeah, she's good. I'm gonna miss you, Don.
what those loud
He was my husband. That would be Melania. Mm-hmm.
Interesting point there, because the president has not attended the White House Correspondents Association dinner, at least not as president. I do believe that he did attend in the past.
Hi, Swan.
One of those celebrities
Hi, Linda.
joins in.
Mary, yes, this is what we're watching.
Because this is a very big, as you say, who's who of Washington that takes place every year.
Yes, there are updates. There was a shooting at like the correspondence event. I think shooting, commotion, whatever it is. It's still breaking news.
From the dinner, as those noises were heard. Again, we are unclear on what those noises were, but as you mentioned, Manny, important.
Yeah, Marie, we're on it. We're
been emptied out. So all
basically
of the
watching it.
Who were in attendance here are still here. What could we likely expect to see as a timeline here? Do we have any?
Oh, thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you.
You can let me know. whether
Thank you, Swan.
in a situation like this, the president would conceivably return.
While we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened at this correspondence dinner by the event, by the way, before we get to Molly, please do like the live, share the live, follow me as well. You can gift. That would be actually much appreciated if you guys gifted. My pay links are also in the link tree in my bio. Yeah, let's push this out into like the FYP.
In public from all over the country to these events in a situation
That would be awesome. You can also join my team, the heart me, next the little heart, orange heart next to my name. You could join that too. But yeah, appreciate y'all. We'll be sitting here together and trying to figure out what happened at this correspondence event. I think unfortunately Trump is okay. But yeah.
And again, just looking at these
but we still don't know what happened yet.
You can see people up at the podium. You can see
again, everything is live. We don't know what happened yet.
Today, so I am anticipating that we're going to be very shortly getting confirmation as to exactly what it was that happened. But in a situation like this, Riley, I think what we could expect is that security is going to conduct a thorough sweep of the ballroom, a thorough sweep of anything again that could be perceived as a threat to the president or as a threat to the event. But given that this is such a high-profile event at an already secure location, at a secure building, arguably the most secure building in the entire country, one of the most
still live, y'all.
In the entire world, we should expect that at some point the president and the rest of his guests at the head table will return.
Secure on the best of days, Manuel, and I assume on a day like today, when you have this number of guests, this number of celebrities, this number of members of the president's cabinet also in attendance, that there was still another level of security that probably took place. Would that be a correct assumption to make?
It would, Riley, and again,
watch him use this now and talk about how much I feel like a hero he is.
I don't know exactly who it is that is looking at that
and run a whole propaganda campaign.
But it doesn't even appear to be a security sweep. It really just seems as though they're picking up some of the tablecloth, potentially some of the napkins that may have fallen on the floor. It doesn't seem like this is being treated with a very severe amount of urgency. And I just want to back up to something that you had said before, Riley, that is very true, that had escaped me. I had said that President Trump, this was the first time that he was attending a White House correspondence dinner. This is the first time that he's attending as President of the United States. As you had mentioned, he had previously attended a White House correspondence dinner during the Obama administration.
Okay, Manuel, I just want to jump in on you here because I'm looking at these live pictures and I wonder if you are too, but I feel like we're starting to see people leave this banquet hall. So I just want to let our viewers know what we're looking at here. Our live feed looks as though they are now emptying everybody else out of the banquet hall at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is, as Manuel was telling us, a press dinner that happens once a year. It's generally frequented by members of the DC Press Corps, from television, from newspapers. There are also a lot of celebrities that join in this event. There are also members of the presidential cabinet that generally join in this event. As Manuel was also telling us, this was the first time that President Trump had attended this dinner in his tenure as president. What you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen is from just moments ago when the president was actually rushed out of this banquet hall. Loud noises were reported. The president, the first lady, the rest of the head table, which included the press secretary Caroline Leavitt, were pushed out immediately to the side stage and moved out of this banquet hall. But then we've been watching, Manuel, for probably about the last 15 minutes or so, other people milling about in this banquet hall. It didn't appear that everybody else was rushed out as quickly as they rushed out the president. Now it looks like people are being moved out.
That's correct, Riley. I think we are looking at the same pictures here at this point. I'm looking at the live feed from inside the banquet hall right now. For those viewers who are just tuning in and catching up, this is an event that began approximately 56 minutes ago, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, one of the most high-profile events that takes place every year in Washington, D.C. What we are seeing now, despite the fact that over the course of the last 20 or so minutes where people were just sort of milling about, standing, using their phones to record what was going on, it does appear at this point that people are in an orderly fashion. This is not anything that appears to be chaotic or appears to be seen as an emergency evacuation, but people are being escorted outside of the ballroom, presumably here so that security at the White House can conduct a sweep to make sure that anything at all that could be perceived as a threat to the president or members of his cabinet or anyone inviting any one of the invitees.
Watch him having like staged this whole thing so he doesn't get roasted.
In harm's way. But at this point, what we can see, what we can tell you is that this is a much calmer scene. Earlier, there were reports that loud noises had been heard, prompting security to move President Trump, the First Lady Melania Trump, and members of the Trump cabinet out of that head table space and away from anything, again, that could be perceived as a threat.
Okay. Manuel Rapolo, I just want to remind our viewers that what they're seeing are pictures from a short time ago. These pictures are not live. These are pictures, you can see the president, the first lady, the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Jiang, at the head table there. This was before the loud noises were heard. Apologies there. I was just getting some information now from my producers that U.S. media is reporting that the president is safe, that U.S. President Trump is safe after being removed from the White House Correspondents Association dinner. But I just want to let our viewers know that these are not the live pictures that they're looking at. They can see after the president was removed, the amount of security that rushed onto that stage following the president's removal. Manuel, because obviously, as we were talking about earlier, the security presence around this president is quite significant at all times, obviously because he's the president, but also because there had been other security concerns for him in the past.
That's exactly right, Riley. It's because of the precedent that had already been set at the time that there was that attempted assassination of President Trump during one of his speaking events outdoors, that there is, it's reasonable to assume that the security around President Trump is very, very high.
Manuel, I'm going to jump in on you here. Manuel, we're going to go live to a press conference happening.
I can tell you that our program is going to resume momentarily. We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Damn, Manuel is not getting a break, bro. He kept getting interrupted.
A brief update from the White House Correspondents Association President Weijia Jiang.
He isn't catching a break.
Did say, Manuel, that the program was going to continue. U.S. media are reporting that the president is safe. What we don't know yet is whether the president will also be part of this continuation of events.
Not only are we still waiting to hear confirmation of whether or not the president will...
Who thinks his Manuel is going to get cut off again?
There is still the concern that we have not yet identified exactly what those reported loud noises
I think he's going to get cut off again.
That were heard that prompted the president to be removed, the president and the first lady and everyone else who was sitting at that table. We don't want to add to the speculation that there was... But we are hearing unconfirmed reports at this point that it might have been someone seeking to harm the president. These are unconfirmed reports at this point, but this is, again, one of those high-profile events that does, at times, draw protesters, for example, that have This is not uncommon in Washington, D.C. at high-profile events for demonstrators to shout loudly. But again, we simply at this moment don't know what those loud noises were heard, that were heard. But I'm working right now to try to get confirmation as to these unconfirmed reports that it may have been someone that was attempting to harm the president. But again, at the moment, what we can report is that this event, which began just a little over an hour ago, one of the most high-profile events in Washington, D.C., that, as you can imagine, the conventional wisdom here is that this is one of the most secure places that the president and his guests could possibly be in the world. But still, whatever it was that prompted that evacuation at this point has led for everyone in that ballroom to be escorted out, presumably so that President Trump's security detail, Secret Service, and all other members of White House security can conduct an appropriate sweep here to make sure that any and all threats or anything that could be perceived as a threat has been dealt with at this point.
Okay, Manuel, I also want to bring in Glenn Carl, who is the U.S. National Security and Foreign Policy Specialist and a former Deputy National Intelligence Officer at the National Intelligence Council. He is joining us from Boston. Mr. Carl, thank you very much for being here with us. As you're watching all of this unfold, can you elaborate for us on what Manuel is saying, on just the sheer amount of security that there is around this president, and what happens when an unknown event like this takes place?
Well, I don't really know what has happened, but I do know the general procedures, of course, and the security is approached from an onion perspective. There are many layers from the president moving outward, each of which
Imagine they try to blame Iran on this. If something were to happen, hi Titus. If something were to happen, imagine if they just blame Iran.
There will be plainclothes people, and then there will be bulletproof vests, and so on. All these different layers of security. Every area will be swept physically for devices, for people, for lines of sight, well before the president ever appears. But when something happens, the first thing to do is to shield him from any line of sight and get him out of the area immediately. This is why they have the presidential limousine always nearby, which is essentially it's more than an armored car. It's this very impressive armored vehicle. And that's the first thing that you do is you shield from sight and get the person away.
And what do you make of the fact that we didn't see this banquet room evacuated right away? In fact, I think evacuated now is still sort of a strong term. It appears that a number of people have left, whether they were told to leave or whether they have not. But what would generally be the protocol be in a big crowd like this?
Yeah, I don't know where the president was.
This is live. There was some kind of commotion or attack or whatever it is, and they had to evacuate him.
Dining room. But in my experience, when a VIP, vice president or the president, or generally is going to appear somewhere,
yes, for educational purposes only,
will be really locked down. And the people there.
Hey, Smitty. Hey, big bro.
In my experience, it was for almost an hour prior to in the cases that I had, vice president's arrival. And that was with American officials, not just general public.
Could be a false flag.
That would seem to me to be the normal procedure. And then after some event occurs, I suppose, just to avoid the chaos of many moving people, you wouldn't want a lot of people rushing for exits or milling around. And then we don't know if something happened in the halls, related to the halls.
Oh, the people who are saying they're smiling, this footage right here is not live. This is showing right before they got evacuated. This is live. So this on this side, on the right screen, that is live. On the left side, that is not live. That is showing right before they got evacuated.
White House Correspondents Association dinner, which is an annual event that takes place in Washington, D.C. It is put on by the White House Correspondents Association. These are members of the press, television, newspapers that typically report on the White House.
It could have been a beautiful night. I agree.
Celebrities are generally in attendance. A number of members of the president's cabinet are in attendance.
Allegedly,
And the
in
president
Minecraft.
was removed from the dinner after loud noises were heard. That's what you're watching here. These are not live pictures. These are pictures from a short time ago when the president, the first lady, the rest of the head table, which included the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, were moved out and off of the stage. And now you can see that there are a number of security personnel with guns pointed towards the room, sort of securing that area as the president leaves. Now, we are probably
Thank you, Smitty, for the gifts.
removed from this now. We've been told U.S. media is reporting that the president is safe and that the program is going to continue, although at this point, we don't have necessarily a timeline for when that is going to happen. But Mr. Carl, if I could bring you back in and just ask you, given the number of high-profile people that generally come to this event, obviously securing the president is a mammoth job. How difficult is it when you add in members of his cabinet and then also celebrities into the mix?
It's a good question. Again, in my experience, and I wasn't a Secret Service officer, so they may have, their protocols may differ from my experience. But everything, the president trumps everything, and all security revolves around him and is a function of him or eventually her. So that even cabinet members just become part of the process, not like there are multiple orbits of security particularly, but there's one in which they will then fit or not. They may have, cabinet members will have their own security details, but that's they coordinate their actions as a function or to harmonize with those of the head of state.
Okay, let's bring Manuel Rapallo back in, who joins us from our bureau in Washington, D.C., has been watching this along with us. Manuel, give us a sense, if you could, about...
Wait, is this true that there are 3 warehouses on fire currently?
The president, this is the
that
first
true?
time, as we were talking about, that he's attended as president. He's generally avoided this event. He came previously as one of those celebrity guests to previous White House Correspondents Association dinners, but he had been avoiding this event in particular as president. This is now the first year that he's decided to come, and now we've got this incident, we're not quite sure what it is yet, that has taken place very shortly after he sat down.
That's right, Riley. As you mentioned, a very high-profile event. This is an incident that took place within the last hour when the event.
So there is a warehouse in Sykesville, Maryland, a government building, 2 vacant state hospital buildings believed to be arson.
Default, the most secure location.
And then there's another one in Stockton, California. Overnight warehouse fire leads to total loss, $1.3 million in damage. This is April 25th.
Attending this event as president. He did attend once before, at least, when President Obama.
And then the third one
there was a very famous exchange between the two.
is in Indiana.
President Trump was not seen very happy.
Commercial building destroyed.
As you mentioned, Riley.
Cause under investigation. Terre Haute, Indiana.
He's never actually attended until now, because this is an event that, at the end of the day, celebrates the freedom of press in the United States. It celebrates the White House Correspondents.
Manuel, let me jump in on you here. I apologize.
Ooh, she cut off Manuel again.
For getting in on you here, but I want to give our viewers some new reporting that we can tell them. We can tell them that 5 shots were fired at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. The suspected gunman was not inside this ballroom. Apparently, these shots were fired from outside the ballroom. We're still awaiting word on the gunman, where that might be now. Still many unknowns, but I wanted to tell our viewers that we can confirm that 5 shots were fired at the House Correspondents Association dinner that led to the U.S. president being removed from this dinner in very quick order. We are awaiting more confirmation of more details. We will obviously bring this to you as soon as we get it. But Manuel, that is the latest reporting.
Holy shit!
What happened inside that ballroom, if you want to continue.
Riley, I had been hesitant to report that, but that is consistent with what we had been hearing. That's just information that we simply were not able to confirm from our end over here in Washington. But the same information is what I'm hearing from my end here in Washington D.C. that the sounds that were heard inside the ballroom that led to the President of the United States and the members of the head table that were evacuated by security following those noses were in fact gunshots. We're also hearing unconfirmed reports right now that the alleged shooter who is already been taken into custody. Cannot confirm that as of yet, but that is information that we're hearing and
I'm telling y'all right now, the shooter is probably gonna have a t-shirt or a pullover with like Allah written on it, or Allahu Akbar written on it. He's gonna have a Quran in the car, okay? His name is gonna be Muhammad. Watch that happen, okay? I just wanted to say, watch that happen. I'm calling it.
Hostile. President Trump has notoriously had those back and forth.
I am calling it, bro. This guy's gonna have Allahu Akbar plastered on his shirt.
Sounds that were heard were in fact gunshots that led and prompted the evacuation of President Trump and members of the head table at the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington Hilton here in the United States Capitol.
Okay, I want to bring Glenn Carl back in. He's a U.S. National Security and Foreign Policy Specialist, and he's joining us from Boston. Mr. Carl, so what we know is the shots were not fired from inside the ballroom. That could mean they were from outside the building entirely. They could have been heard from some distance away, but audible enough that security felt.
I was laughing, but I'm actually very serious.
Does that sound conceivable to you?
Well, it sounds very plausible the way you describe it. Sure, it would be hard for me to imagine that anybody could secretly bring a weapon, a gun, into the venue itself, because there will be metal detectors and physical checks, and it's an invitation-only list, and the people's names will have been looked at by the Secret Service. So that strikes me as very unlikely. And the description that your colleagues gave of the events fits with what we could only think is the way it could play out. Washington and America have a lot of guns floating around.
Okay, so apparently up until now they thought it was
on you. I want to just go to our correspondent Chris Sheridan, who is our producer Chris Sheridan, who is.
I like this journalist. Period. She's assertive.
And he can join us now. Chris, can you give us a little bit more information, please, on what's been going on there this evening, what you've seen and heard?
Yes, well, I'm standing in the ballroom right now, where outside of where this happened. I was actually sitting right at the entrance where it happened. It was in the hotel, but not inside the ballroom. Of course, this is the annual Washington White House Correspondents' Dinner, which the president was in the room at the time, as well as many of his cabinet secretaries. I heard what I believe to be 5 shots. They sounded like gunshots. We could smell powder. We immediately dove to the ground. It was directly behind me, just maybe, I couldn't tell how many feet away, but it was definitely behind the doors to the entrance to the ballroom. And as I said, many of us dove to the ground. There were no more shots after that. The president was taken away immediately, as well as his cabinet secretaries. At the moment, we're being told that the program is going to continue, so many of us are still locked down in this room and awaiting for any updates.
Chris, how loud were the noises that we believe to be gunshots, or that we know were gunshots at this point? How loud were they where you were sitting?
They were very loud. It was 5 booms, basically. Sounded like a loud boom. As I said, it was directly behind me at the table I was sitting at. It's hard to believe that someone would be able to get a gun into the hotel, given that there is so much Secret Service and security.
Oh, and he's probably going to have a BLM flag in his car.
There are going to be a lot of questions asked. If
like the gunman. He's going to have Allahu Akbar on his shirt, BLM flag in the car. He's going to have pro-Hizb posts on social media.
But we are, of course, waiting for word on what exactly transpired here.
I want to remind our viewers that
he's gonna have like a trans parent,
Al Jazeera in Washington,
like a trans mom or like a trans dad or like a trans girlfriend. Just, you know, collect all the identities within like Infinity Stones.
Absolutely. Well, there are protests here every year. So there was a Gaza protest here actually. So you can't get near the hotel within maybe.
They started. Did you hear that? He said the Gaza protest.
Many of the streets around the hotel are blocked.
They already started.
Especially when the president attends. So there was local police, Secret Service, military. So it's very unusual to get by any of that. So you go through at least 2 checkpoints to get in, as well as bags, which are security screeners that screen for any devices or anything like this. Again, surprising that anyone would be able to get in with any kind of weapon. Because
if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, we are bringing you the breaking news.
And he will have an Antifa bumper sticker. That's right as well.
From the White House Correspondents Association dinner after gunshots were heard at that event. On the left side of your screen, you're watching the president as this dinner was taking place. Our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, reports that he heard about 5 loud booms inside the ballroom. And then the president and that head table were rushed off of that stage. The president is sitting beside the First Lady, Melania Trump. You can see there that she sits quite upright. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is beside her. And now you can see a number of security guards rush in, remove the people from the head table, and appear to be securing the area. They have their guns drawn. They train them on the ballroom while the president is removed. U.S. media reports have told us that the president is safe at this point. On the right side of your screen, you're looking at pictures from outside the hotel. A significant police presence obviously has been set up outside there. Blocks have been cordoned off by police around this hotel. So the police are there making sure that nobody is going in and out. I want to bring back in our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who is at the White House Correspondents' dinner for us. Chris, can you tell us, after those shots were heard, what was the directive given to the rest of you in the ballroom? Because as we were looking at the live pictures, it didn't appear that anybody was moving out very fast. And then about 15, 20 minutes later, it appeared that some people left the ballroom. What was the directive given to people in attendance?
Well, there was no directive given, but they shut the doors to the ballroom immediately, and people were told to stay put, which obviously caused a little bit of panic in the room. There were people on the floor, including myself, immediately. Again, as I pointed out, the shots that were fired were only within maybe what sounded like to be 20 to 30 feet away from where we were sitting. There was no directive given because, of course, in this situation, many people didn't believe what was happening. Was suddenly catching up to people that these were indeed gunshots and not something else. Immediately, the president was taken away, as you said, and there was enough firepower in this room to start something like this.
Apparently there was a gunman. Some outlets are saying the gunman was unalived. Other outlets are saying that the gunman was caught and is in custody. Some outlets are saying that there was one death in the lobby. So I'm not sure what is happening.
Ballroom. No one has left.
At first it was initially believed to be just commotion, but now apparently there were 5 gunshots. Oh, did Trump just post on Truth Social?
The Treasury Secretary was taken out immediately, so they have all been removed. So we are again waiting for an update here as to what exactly transpired. And you can imagine a room full of journalists. Everybody is asking the same questions and is curious as to how this could have happened.
Okay, Trump posted. Quite an evening in DC secret.
I want to bring Glenn Carl back in. He's
quite an evening in DC. This is 3 minutes ago, by the way.
Deputy National
He just posted 3 minutes ago.
Intelligence Council. He's with us from
Quite an evening in DC. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again.
Your producer was reporting was attending the dinner. Will be cordoned off, as well as extensive areas extending out from that. To look at bullet holes and
that's what he just posted 4 minutes ago.
Lines of sight.
By the way,
all sorts of forensic investigations. Certainly, the allusion or reference to I think you made some a reference to local police. The local police,
yes, he just posted this 4 minutes ago.
The Department of State Security, just to name the four that come to mind off the top of my head, all coordinate in advance and will be there for a significant period of time, even after the event has finished occurring, because it's now a crime scene. Okay. That's why I would think that the people there might be there for a little while.
Okay. Glenn Carl, thank you very much for joining us. I want to bring the viewers the Truth Social post that we now have from the...
not me being quicker than Al Jazeera.
He's posted quite an evening in DC. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended.
Listen.
I have recommended that we let the show go but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision.
Imagine being such breaking news that you're even quicker than Al Jazeera.
Will just plain have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump. I want to go back to Chris Sheridan.
CNN, Covey News Network, exactly.
Who has been with us live from
Covey News Network.
White House Correspondents Association dinner.
How did I bring y'all news quicker than a news outlet?
Continue, or the program.
And I'm not even a journalist.
But as the president says, and as you've been reporting, we don't have a time frame for that yet. Can you bring us inside that ballroom with you and tell us what you're seeing and hearing now, please?
Yeah, so we are still here.
Exactly.
People are leaving now, so they have allowed people to leave the ballroom. As you saw from the Truth Social post, the president has asked for the show to go on. However, it's going to be difficult to understand how that could continue in any normal fashion, given what's just happened. I just heard that they have somebody. They did take somebody has been shot, according to one security source here. However, I can't confirm whether it was the shooter or somebody else. So we'll just have to wait for more information on that. But yeah, people are still sitting here waiting for the show to continue. There's about 1,500 people in this ballroom. So it's quite a large group. And as I said, this is a group of journalists, so I don't think anyone's going to be eager to leave yet until we know what's going on.
Okay, Chris Sheridan, live for us from inside the ballroom at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, where the U.S. president has been removed after shots were fired during the program. We're looking at some new video now on the left side of your screen of some of the security that's been going on inside of that building. As we mentioned, what was first reported was that loud shots or loud sounds were heard in the ballroom, and the president was quickly removed. We now know that those were gunshots. The president has said that the shooter was apprehended. This is video you see here of security officials moving the president out from the head table. Okay? This is the video here.
Oh my goodness.
crime scene. Secret Service has been had the person in custody. Everything's okay. One shooter, no, we know something.
Okay, so you could hear people coming through saying that everything's okay, but this is the initial video that we had of the president. You can see how quickly in this video his security.
Apparently, we have more footage here, by the way.
Moves in, training their guns on the ballroom where there was concern that those shots
Hold on.
may have been coming from. But as our Chris Sheridan,
Let's see the shots.
the ballroom, they did not leave people out. We saw that in the live pictures as this was unfolding that the rest of the people in the ballroom stayed put, although Chris has also reported that members of Trump's cabinet who were here, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth,
not him leaving Melania and running.
Moved in short order from this ballroom. What you're seeing on the right side of your screen is a very heavy police cordon that has now been put up in Washington, D.C. around.
So this is the footage.
Event has been taking place. Chris, let's come back to you inside the ballroom if we could. It appears as though some people are leaving, although as you've been reporting that the program and the president.
Why are they all just chilling here, though?
This is now, I suspect, in the hands of.
If there was just gunfire.
Yeah, their program is continuing. They just announced that it will continue. There was some cheers when that occurred because we're.
This is another angle. This is another angle. Did y'all see that? Everyone's so chill.
Staff who are still here as well. So not everyone from the White House has left. So we are going to see what this program will look like when it.
This is apparently Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Producer reporting from inside.
RFK Jr. and House Speaker Mike Johnson being evacuated by security officials after shots were fired.
Katzman now, who's a senior fellow at
Oh, here's RFK.
He joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Kenneth, help us understand, if you could, how significant an event like this is. We know that there's been security concerns with the president going back.
These are photos and footage out of the White House, but like out of that Washington Hilton, by the way.
Oh my God.
Hotel right downtown DC there. Very heavy security presence. In fact, the people attending.
Fox News is now reporting that the suspect was apprehended rather than unalived, confirming Trump's statement. Interesting.
Into the building because the security was so heavy. And they had to go through metal detectors and security because the president was in attendance. So that's a requirement. So I'm very surprised that anybody with a gun that's reported to be of the size of this.
And they already started by saying the Gaza.
Anywhere near.
Damn, Covey.
Into the room and did not get anywhere.
Saying the Gaza protests were nearby, so I think they already started.
It was one floor, apparently a staircase above the ballroom. And so he had gotten into the hotel. He was not outside the hotel. He was.
And it says here that
people in the room heard the shots. So I'm very surprised.
Secret Service are urging Trump to not return to the ballroom. Trump wishes to return to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner despite the shooting.
Okay, I want to go to Darren Porcher now, who is a former NYPD lieutenant, and he is joining us from New York. And maybe you can help us out a little bit more on this investigation and how this goes now. From here, we're seeing this huge quarantine, Darren, from outside this ballroom. Now, the president says that the shooter has been apprehended, but that probably does not mean that this is the end of this investigation, does it?
No, the investigation is just beginning, and this is an aberration more so than the norm, because I've worked on many occasions on these presidential details here in the city of New York, whether it's the United Nations or in a semblance of different locations that presidents have visited New York City and provided public appearances. One of the things that will happen prior to the president coming to the location is an advance team would come and conduct an assessment. And that assessment is going to involve a very methodical check of the building in question. They're also going to work, they meaning the Secret Service officials are going to work in tandem with local law enforcement. And I'll give you an example. I worked in the NYPD, and when we had the General Assembly in the United Nations, it was a collaboration of members of the, I want to say law enforcement members of the State Department, members of the NYPD, members of the FBI, and members of the Secret Service. They all worked in tandem to ensure that there was coverage, the exits and the entrances.
Somebody said suspect was a Democrat, Hispanic, Iranian, Palestinian, trans person, and black, and Muslim at that.
That something of this magnitude occurred here at the Hilton Hotel, because what, just based on the information that I'm hearing, granted this is tertiary information, but people had to actually, attendees to this White House Correspondents' Dinner were not able to come as close as they normally would have in the past as it relates to being dropped off. They had to be dropped off a block away, which leads me to believe that the security perimeter was wide and deep. There's an semblance of metal detectors that would have been at the location.
And the suspect had a little BLM and Antifa bumper sticker on their car, and they had a Quran under their seat, and they had Allahu Akbar on their shirt.
Actual building and fire officers were shot. So your first question to me was, where's this investigation stand? Granted, we have a person that's already in custody, but there's going to be an immense level of an investigation to find out who, in fact, the co-conspirators were. Was this a situation where somebody...
And also would have voted for Obama a third time.
In the actual hotel, prior to the president coming to the location, we don't know that. But the one thing I can guarantee you is the Secret Service is going to get to the bottom of this, and rest assured, they're going to find out how, in fact, this plot unraveled up to the point and including when the individual was taken into custody.
Okay, Darren Porcher, do stay with us while we recap this breaking news for our viewers. What you're seeing on your screen is a live shot from inside the White House Correspondents Association dinner, where just a short time ago, just about an hour ago, 5 shots were fired inside the ballroom where the U.S. president was attending the White House Correspondents Association dinner. He was quickly rushed off the stage with his wife Melania and with other members of the head table, including the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, a number of members of the president's cabinet, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, were also in attendance. This is also an event that is attended by a number of celebrities as well. The ballroom, as was reported by our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, was shut for a little bit for investigation. It has now opened, and now what you're looking at is people coming back into the ballroom. This is what it looks like outside of the hotel where this event is taking place. There is obviously a very significant police presence. Blocks around this hotel are now blocked off as the investigation gets underway, although U.S. media are reporting that the president is fine. The president himself has been posting on True Social. He says that there is a shooter in custody and that he has requested that the show goes on, although that will ultimately be up to law enforcement. This is the tweet from the U.S. president, or the True Social post, rather, I should say. Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. Signed off by the president there. The president of the White House Correspondents Association has said that the program will continue, although again, we don't have a timeline for that just yet. Okay, let's bring in Manuel Ruffalo.
They really want to make Trump sound like some kind of
in our bureau in Washington, D.C., Manuel, because we were
Rambo-esque tough guy.
At this event, because this has been an event that
Trump was afraid of getting rain on his hairpiece, please.
Being a high-profile event, and
like,
that President Trump.
You really think that this guy is going to?
President of the United States, that this event has been held at this hotel. This is the hotel where the correspondence dinner is.
Hey, if you were there, Tailpipe, I'd love to listen to what you have to say. Listen, I am actually blessed for some reason to always have people who are on the ground who can share what they have to say. Okay. So Tailpipe, I didn't know you were there. What do you?
Yeah, so I do business at the Hilton, where that hotel, where the correspondence dinner is at. My company wasn't providing the security for it on this one, but I was just there, and I don't understand. Thank God I wasn't providing security for them, but to help you understand, there's no way that you can enter that building with a weapon during the correspondence dinner. There's just multiple lines of security that vet you before you even gain entrance into the ballroom area. So where he was taken down at, he wasn't inside the ballroom area. So it's the best, because I know you can't see it and understand it, but when you walk in through the revolving doors, you go downstairs to an escalator, and it's a grand ballroom, and it's sectioned off. You could put the sections together, but it's typically sectioned off. And where he was taken down at was the mezzanine level. He tried to get in at the back area of the mezzanine, and they shot his ass. He's dead.
He's dead. So the news outlets are saying that he was detained. Was he detained or was he dead? What do you know?
I'm fairly confident that he's dead based off of the people that I spoke to.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. They could be wrong, because after that, everybody got kicked out. We all had to leave. I was at the upstairs area. I wasn't a part of the actual access to the ballroom area or anywhere downstairs. I didn't have credentials for that.
So how is the mood at the venue once you heard, were the gunshots loud? Did you hear the gunshots?
I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything based off of where I was. So across the street, there's like this a hotel called Power Plant, and we were all over there when it happened. But I went back over, and I was there for probably 2 minutes before they just cleared everybody out. And they cleared out like literally all of the guests. They had to leave through the blowout areas, and you can't hear it now. But even right now, there's Black Hawk helicopters flying above, and I can see Marine One flying in a pattern with the two other with the two other helicopters that shadow it.
And I don't know if you read Trump's True Social, but he basically said that he would want the show to go on, and if the Secret Service allow him to, he would want to be there again. What do you think of all of that? How possible does that sound? How realistic does it sound that he would want to take part in the dinner after possible shots were heard or shots?
So ultimately, he's the one who gets to decide. The Secret Service tells him, we strongly recommend no, or no, Mr. President, this is like 90% sure you're going to be shot. But if they can contain the room, sure. But there's no possible way after something like that happens, even though everybody has to go through a clearance check when you're given, like they do this almost a year in advance. Like before you are even allowed to go and attend whoever it is that you're extending a guest pass to come with. They have to be vetted and screened. You have to submit their social. You have to give everything. No one with a criminal record can go. Like, you can't be around the president with that, as crazy as it sounds, even though he has a bunch of fucking criminals that are in his administration now. But the fact that he would want the shit to go on still, that's just reckless. Like, it's reckless. Like, when you look at the totality of everything, like, they've tried to kill him 3 times now. This is 3. Like, he's the first president to have multiple assassination attempts like this, one of which was halfway successful, and like, it's saying something. And that's not accidental.
Yeah, and of course, how are you feeling after what you just experienced? Like,
I'm fine.
Okay. And in your opinion, I know that this is going to be speculative. In your opinion, what is the likelihood of this being staged or not necessarily a real attempt?
It's hard for, like, I know that there's a lot of
Very speculative,
information out there.
In your opinion.
Yeah, that's fine. The nature of an investigation is speculative, so I don't think that there's anything wrong for educated people to also speculate themselves. But I would say that staged, that's not out of the realm. Like, there are people that would say that when he was shot in Pennsylvania, that was staged. That very well could be. But I've shot guns all my life. I've shot at people, and I don't know that anybody, if the kid, because that's who he was a kid in my eyes, even though he was 18, a kid on a roof, first time shooting at a real person, and that person is a president, like, I don't see that being staged. Staged in the sense, like, he planned it. Staged in the sense of somebody else planning it, or some other organization, some other entity. Yeah, sure. But I don't see, like, that event or this one. I don't look at those things as being staged until I see information otherwise. Just because of the nature of it, man. Like, it's like, there's just too many moving parts, number one. Number two, the ability to be successful at it is slim to none. That's just my opinion.
Can you briefly, I know that you kind of explained it, you touched upon it already, but can you briefly explain how hard it is to get clearance to even enter such a building on such an event? And how impossible it would be? I mean, you already kind of briefly mentioned that already, but just kind of explain how impossible it would be to enter with a gun. Or just
like,
enter at all.
All of the entry points to the building are covered. Like, you have one mode of entry, you have your dignitary entrance area, but that's only going to be mostly for the president and select cabinet member staff that are going to go through that dignitary's entrance. There's no way that this guy tried to come through the dignitary entrance or any other entrance without being met by somebody who was armed, whether it be a Secret Service agent or whether it be the DC Police Department, because all of the entrances, all of the doors are covered, like literally all of the doors. And it's a big ass hotel. Every single door is covered. Even the service entrance is covered. A week before the event even happens, you have your survey team that's there, and they're already starting to set up security. Like, I don't know if you could hear it, but the helicopters are flying nonstop in a pattern. But yeah, even a week before the event, you have bomb sniffing dogs, you have drug dogs. The day of the event, you have bomb dogs, you have drug dogs. They're constantly surveying. Like, you're not just going to get through, especially after the president's been almost assassinated two different times. So I know it sounds crazy, but this was very successful. The success comes from they found the threat, neutralized the threat before he could ever get close to the president. So this is not a loss on the Secret Service. It's actually a good thing.
Well, thank you very much for coming up and sharing
You're welcome.
what you had to say, Tailpipe, and stay safe.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. So the reason as to why I had Tailpipe here, by the way, is because he was at the venue, in the area at the event, and that's why he was basically telling us about what he had seen, and that's precisely why I had him here.
The early reports from the scene.
So apparently the reports are conflicting. Some people are saying, that the suspect has been unalived. Other people are saying that he has been detained.
I expect he's going to, again, with his
press conference from the White House in 25 minutes.
They're seeing the president leave at this point in time. They're seeing.
Do we want to watch it together?
Leave the hotel on its way, we assume, back to the White House, given that is where the president says he will be speaking in half an hour. I'm sorry for jumping in on you. Please continue.
No, that's no problem. I mean, obviously the White House.
Okay, well, I was planning on ending the live, but I'm not going to end it. We'll watch it together.
I think the only question was whether the White House Correspondents Association was going to try to continue it despite this.
Oh,
anybody expected the president to
y'all.
come back. Remember, we don't know. There could be
Covey News Network.
could have been setting up some other government.
This is a suspect, apparently.
Be a plot. I mean, it has to be investigated. You can't just put the president of the United States and his
Covey News Network, y'all.
and half his cabinet was in this room too. You can't put the entire U.S. government back in this situation.
I got y'all.
Exactly who this gunman is and what's going on.
So apparently this is the gunman.
We know he was a diversion for some other plot. For all we know, there were devices planted. Now, remember, this is an open hotel. This is a hotel, a commercial.
Y'all.
Could stay at this hotel.
Thank you, Jesus. He's white.
It's not reserved for any.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. He looks white. Lord, thank you, Jesus. I'm so sorry. I can't. I'm so sorry. Any minority could not have had, listen, it has already been a bad year, okay? It has been a bad, 500 years, okay? Had this been a person who was from a marginalized community, listen, he looks white. I hope he's white. Okay? He looks white. Listen, black people are out of this. I just wanted to say, crossed out. He might be Arab, I don't know. But for now, black people are clear. Black people are clear, okay? Just wanted to say that. Black people are clear, that I know. Please, exactly, leave us alone. Please, leave us alone. I just wanted to say, black people are clear.
Please, what you're looking at now are live pictures of people leaving that event. The U.S. president has just posted on his Truth Social account that law enforcement has requested that people leave the premises consistent with protocol. That's what Kenneth was talking about, so this investigation can take place. He says, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. He says, I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's senior producer, Chris Sheridan.
Black people are clear. Hallelujah.
He's on the phone for us once again. So, Chris, tell us what's happening there where you are.
Well, right now I'm on the main concourse of the hotel. They've asked everyone to leave the ballroom now. Most people are leaving. As you heard, the president is now doing a press conference, so and they're postponing this event. He says that this will be held at another time. So I am leaving with the hundreds of people here who are attending this event, and we're exiting now. There's a lot of security here. military, police, PSA. Obviously, they're investigating what happened now, and we should get more within the next 30 minutes.
Okay, looks like we're going to be watching the press conference together.
Postponed, if you will, to another time.
I was gonna end my live, but looks like we're gonna be watching the press conference
Of course, we will bring that to our viewers
in half an hour, he said.
Bring the address from the president to them live. In the meantime, let's bring back in Darren Porcher, who's a former NYPD
Somebody said,
lieutenant, who's joining us from New York. Darren,
not for real. Where is...
As an NYPD lieutenant, you obviously have a huge amount of experience dealing with security.
Where is he when you need him?
Events, including presidential visits. How difficult is it to secure a president? We
You know?
were talking about this with Kenneth, sort of all the things that need to be investigated, but just in general, how difficult is it to announce
Allegedly in Minecraft.
But the president, his cabinet, multiple celebrities. This is a big ticket event.
I'm just saying, where is he when you need him?
It's very detailed, and I give you the example of
Allegedly in Minecraft.
We have these presidential visits here in the city of New York quite frequently. We're pretty good at doing it because it happens it happens so frequently here.
The hell?
In a place like Washington, D.C., I would think even more so. They would even be greater resource because a lot of the president's cabinet has their own security.
So he said, law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. I'll be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House briefing room. The First Lady plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in half an hour. I have spoken with all representatives in charge of the event and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. Okay. And that was 17 minutes ago, which means in about 15 minutes, the conference is going to start.
Team that walks they're going to walk every inch of that hotel. They're going to know where all the standing cameras are. And in addition to that, they're going to have the ability to access those cameras in these hotels. Let me tell you, these hotels do a phenomenal job as it relates to surveillance of their property because a lot of it involves around, they just don't want to be sued but based on incidents that happen concerning guests in the hotel. They want to afford them an appropriate level of protection. So when you have a VIP such as the president...
So for the people who are just coming in, we already have photos of the supposed shooter detained. This is the supposed shooter. This is the footage, the photos that were received, supposed, allegedly, but this is from the venue. I don't know why he's shirtless.
Okay, Darren, I apologize for interrupting you. I appreciate all of this insight. It's very helpful. But I want to bring back in our senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who is at the hotel. And now we can see you finally, Chris. It's good to see you. Thank you for being with us through all of this. So please walk us through, if you could, what's happening where you are now.
Sure, I'm right outside the Capitol Hilton.
He looks white.
You can see people leaving now.
So,
they cleared the ballroom, so
oh God, okay. The suspect has been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. We have the suspect. The suspect has been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. Thank you, Jesus. That is a white name.
Get through that security checkpoint and into the hotel. Once you get down to the ballroom,
that is a white man.
Go through the security.
So again, I just told you, breaking news, the suspect has already, the suspect has short hair. There is an object to his upper left that makes it seem like he has long hair. The suspect has been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. Breaking news.
Remind us, Chris, what it was like inside that ballroom when those.
And this is according to 5 minutes ago.
Instructions were. Walk us through that.
Yeah. Well, of course.
Cole Thomas Allen. Hold on.
I didn't actually quite understand what was happening because, of course, even though
Cole
we have mass shootings
Thomas
in this country, unless you experience one
Allen
you don't actually
of
picture it's happening to you. So when we heard
Torrance,
booms, I think everyone just kind of
California.
sat for a second, and then immediately people
31-year-old.
It was clear
That is a suspect, allegedly. Allegedly.
Excuse me, you could smell the powder. And now we've had.
Yes, that's his name. His name is Cole.
There was no information immediately.
He has short hair. That's not his hair, by the way.
10 to 15 minutes. And then eventually, the White House Correspondents Association.
His race most definitely matters, because if he were black or if he were not white, then that whole group would be blamed for his actions. Whereas if it's a white person, they would deem it that they would treat him like a lone wolf and not hold all white people accountable.
Extremely secure. There's a heavy security presence, local police, military, Secret Service.
That's why.
I think that was part of people's surprise and shock that something like this could happen at an event like this.
Of course, Chris, we're seeing now these live pictures of the police cordon that has been set up outside of the hotel, the huge police presence that is now there. Are you seeing a number of police officers?
So if people just came in right now, and if you don't know what's going on, there was an attack at the Correspondents' Dinner. Trump has been evacuated in about 10 minutes. He's going to start his press conference. This is an image of the suspect once he was detained. The suspect who supposedly shot 5 shots, the gunman. So he seems to be apprehended, not unalived. The suspect has also already been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. So the suspect has also already been identified.
Waiting to see what happens, but I guess we're going to get more information soon from the president himself.
Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California, allegedly.
As these shots were fired at the White House
Allegedly.
Association dinner where the president was removed. He's now outside that hotel giving us an update on what's happening there. Chris, thank you very much for being there and for your reporting. Let's bring Kenneth Katzman back in, who's a senior fellow at the Souffin Center and joins us from Washington, D.C. So as you're
Google his name. Okay.
Obviously a number of questions about what happened into the
Cole Thomas Allen. Let's Google his name.
Now, the president seems to be back at the White House
Cole
giving a press conference, but obviously there's going to be a lot more than that going on behind
Thomas
the scenes.
Allen.
Well, of course, I'm just for the purpose of your views, I'm an Iran expert. I usually am on the network talking about the Iran war, so it's a little bit of a departure.
Looks like
for me
nothing
this evening, so
has come out yet.
We appreciate you being here with us. Thank you.
The president, I think, his role is largely over. I mean, this has to be investigated. He's going to talk, as I said earlier. He's probably going to stress a number of themes.
Insider is also confirming.
Violent events, not to stop speaking out, not to stop gathering, not to stop having these events. How freedom of the press is so important, and we stand up to political violence, and there needs to be an end to political violence. I'm just speculating that those are the themes he's going to hammer on, which he's hammered on after, as we noted,
Why are people saying biracial in the chat? There's nothing on his background. Why are you trying to drag black people into this?
The issue is this is a very, as we've been saying, this is a very.
There's literally nothing on his background.
A lot of them could have.
I'm not gonna go on Twitter. Why would I go on Twitter, bro?
Planned a long time ago, or it could be a crazy guy who.
What is wrong with y'all?
Get through some checkpoints and got a gun near this ballroom. We don't know. We may not know for a long time.
He's 31. That's his age.
A lot to go on here.
He's 31.
Depend on who this person that was apprehended or possibly killed is, what his background is. I'm sure they're going to talk to the president about what they know so far. They presumably know his name.
Yes, they're trying to tell me that I need to go to Twitter because apparently Twitter is saying that he's biracial. We don't know anything. All we know up until this point is that this is the gunman, allegedly, and that he has been identified as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. That's all we know.
Once this is investigated, it's very possible that the Washington Hilton will not be able to host this event anymore.
That's all we know up until now. We don't know anything. I would highly suggest not to just randomly look up names because you do not want to blame the wrong person. You do not want to blame the wrong person.
This event may have to be moved in the future to some more easily secured location where there are not guests who can.
Because imagine if you go to like a random person's account and then you blame them.
And I'm not saying that that's what this guy was, but that's certainly conceivable, right?
There's a lot that's going to be looked at in the aftermath of this, for sure. Kenneth Katzman, Senior Fellow at the Sufan Center. Once again, thank you so much for being here with us through this breaking news. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I want to give our viewers an update on what we're talking about here. The U.S. president was removed from the White House Correspondents Association dinner after shots were fired just a couple of hours ago. The president is fine. You are looking at a live shot of the podium in the press briefing room at the White House, where we are expecting
Interesting, Ernesto.
from the U.S. president in a few minutes. He had hoped, or had said he was optimistic, that the program for the White House Correspondents' Dinner would go on, but law enforcement has asked everybody to leave the ballroom where that event was taking place. The president has said he will be speaking to the nation in a few minutes' time. This is video of the moment that those shots were fired. It was
So apparently I do have video of the moment when shots were fired, by the way.
We weren't entirely clear at the beginning on what that was, but you can
So if you guys want to see it, hold on.
security teams come to the president, the first lady, and that's the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, sitting there beside them. They cover the president, move the head table off the stage, and then you can see about half a dozen gunmen there who jump over the head table and then have their guns trained on the room. We're going to listen now to another angle of this security video.
Oh, we already saw this. This is another angle. Hold on. Right here, this is another angle. Okay, let's watch that again. You hear that gun? The gunshot. Doo doo doo. That was another angle. This is photos showing Secretary of Health and Human Service RFK Jr. and House Speaker Mike Johnson being evacuated by security officials after shots were fired. This is Mike Johnson.
Elected president, or I should say a sitting president, has security.
And this is RFK Jr.
So it's not as if we up the ante, we give you more personnel at some points than others.
And then this is scenes from the Washington Hilton. So pictures of U.S. Secret Service.
A threat assessment is
Oh my God.
And then this, oh, Here's another. This is footage showing JD Vance being ushered out. Okay, hold on, let's watch this. And that's Trump. Child, this man abandoned Melania. This man does not love his wife. Let's watch that again. This is from another angle. Why did they film it from this angle?
So people work in tandem.
He did fall.
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side. The vice president being escorted.
Who's filming this?
From a containment perspective, where they neutralize the shooter, but the question is, how did a firearm hit you?
Who's filming this? That's so up close.
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side.
Exactly. Why isn't the person who's filming this taking cover?
Up to the point where he engaged the shots.
Right. Okay, Darren Porcher, stay with us. Thank you very much. While we bring in Al Jazeera's senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who was in the ballroom at the event, and he joins us now live from outside the hotel. Chris, tell us what you're seeing there now. There is obviously a huge police cordon underway. We've been seeing people leaving the hotel, leaving the ballroom.
Is that Melania crawling? I don't know if that's Melania crawling.
Yeah, I'm right out front right
Hold on, let me check that again.
which is the main street.
So this is a clip that was just uploaded. Oh, this is Marco Rubio and his wife waiting at one of the West Wing entrances to be let in after President Trump's return.
2,000 people, so people are still leaving.
Why does his wife kind of look like Melania?
And of course, since it's a group of journalists, there's a lot of journalists
Crazy.
that are obviously reporting on what's going
But,
on. Heavy police presence.
So let's watch this footage again, okay?
Outside the hotel right now once you leave, so if I have to move, I apologize.
Whoever's filming this is not ducking for cover.
Trying to clear the area at the moment, but
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side. The vice president being escorted.
Hold on. If you watch the wider video,
the containment actually probably did work the way that it was supposed to. But even still, what will the investigation, besides just how the gun got in the building and who brought the gun into the building, where does this investigation go from here?
somebody's from here? Who's filming? Somebody from this side.
He posted a series of threats online. They're also going to look to his cell phone data to see if who he was possibly in contact with, meaning who was the last person that he made contact with before he entered the video, into the venue. And we're also going to do, we're going to jump from camera to camera in that DC area, because that downtown area of Washington, D.C. is covered with video cameras. And so we're going to be able to map out and leapfrog from one camera to the next to see when this person actually entered the zone of Washington, D.C., I should say the downtown area of Washington, D.C., to find out how they went, how they actually traveled into the location. This is going to be something that's going to be investigated by a U.S. attorney because it's a federal offense, of course, if you have an assassination plot against a president. So more than likely, it would probably be someone such as Jeanine Pirro, and she's basically she would be the assistant U.S. attorney in charge of that area of Washington, D.C. So more than likely, it would be her office that would be at the forefront of the investigation process. There's an immense level of resources at her disposal, and so it's not going to be hard for her to kind of figure out, where this person came from. But one of the things that we want to drill down on is motive. We don't have to prove motive in a criminal court of law, but at the same token, the natural order of business is we want to know the why. And a lot of this goes back to the early 80s when Ronald Reagan, there was an assassination attempt against Ronald Reagan by John Hinckley. That totally revolutionized how the Secret Service did protection.
I can't read my DMs right now while I'm on live. You have to message me on Discord.
The security perimeters have been set up. However, we do have a breach as it relates to what happened today.
Okay, Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant, joining us from New York.
So as I just mentioned, right now we're just waiting for the press conference. I want to hear what he has to say.
Alan, we are seeing some live pictures from the White House briefing room as reporters are starting to get there for this president.
But there are like 3 warehouses on fire.
What do you expect to hear from the president here?
While this is being discussed.
We simply don't know. I mean, he'll talk about whether we hear from the president. What I've actually been told is it's likely to be Caroline Levitt who will deliver a statement, but it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump wanted to speak as well. I can tell you I'm in a line to go through security at the White House. It's longer than it is normally, and obviously a lot longer than you would expect on a Saturday evening. The White House is sealed off by police for about 2 blocks nearby. It's incredibly difficult to get here. Obviously, people wanting to get into the White House to hear what the statement is going to be. Everything has been upended by the events of the last couple of hours. As we all stand to get in. And we simply don't know how long it's going to take to get through security. Normally it's pretty quick, but obviously they're absolutely inundated by people who want to get into the White House given the historic nature of this evening.
Yeah, obviously it's a little bit of a different situation there than it is normally, Alan.
I've verified you, by the way, the person who just joined my server.
Who were in this room as well. This was, as we've been talking about throughout the evening, the first time that Donald Trump has, as president, taken part in this dinner.
Oh.
How significant is it that...
So the first time he has taken part...
...as press secretary, but also a huge number of his cabinet members
this happens?
in this room as well.
Well, it's not hugely significant in that there are invites extended to every...
No problem, Sassy.
Every time that this happens,
I suppose that means significant that they were there when this incident happened.
Yeah, I was just watching this. Hold on, I'll show you.
Given that this incident happened.
So it says here that there was a warehouse in Indiana, commercial building destroyed, case under investigation, and then there's one in Stockton, California, overnight warehouse fire, lease with total loss of 1.3 million, 25th of April.
That's what this is all about, but of course,
and then 2 vacant state hospital buildings believed to be arson in Sykesville, Maryland.
On TV on a regular basis, and they feel that this is a big event. In the one time that I attended, I remember Alan Rickman, the actor, coming to our table and saying he was very impressed by Al Jazeera. It's that sort of occasion. So to see this sort of thing happen, obviously it has unsettled many people in the week to hear what the White House has got to say about the events of the last couple of hours.
Unsettled, absolutely. Alan Fisher, we will check back with you as you continue to try to make your way through security to get into the White House ahead of this press briefing. I want to just bring our viewers up to speed. If you are just joining us here on Al Jazeera, you are with us for some breaking news out of the U.S. Capitol. U.S. President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet have been rushed out of the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. after a gunman opened fire near...
Oh, no.
Secret Service agents rushed to get the president out of the building following the gunfire.
Oh no. See, this is why we don't go to Twitter.
Are all safe.
This is why we don't go to Twitter.
Attended the dinner as president after years of boycotting the event.
Oh no. Motherfucking Twitter, bro.
In the US and around the world.
So apparently,
Association president says that the president
so the you know how the person's name he's been identified as a what's his name again?
social post. Let's go back to senior producer
Cole Thomas Allen.
Chris, I am hoping that you
This guy.
somewhere that
So Twitter found a random Cole Allen who's biracial
is telling people to do.
and who's a teacher,
Where you are now.
and they're claiming that this is him.
Yeah, well, they managed to clear
I don't think this is him.
from the ballroom. Obviously,
I don't think this is him.
an area here where journalists have sort of gathered.
But they're mother.
Streets around the Hilton, the Washington Hilton. Are,
Yeah, that's bad.
as you can see,
I don't think this, y'all. I don't think this is him. This hasn't been confirmed.
so
We don't know if this is him. Listen, just wanted to clarify. There are 405 people here. This is spreading on Twitter and on Facebook.
and we're just waiting for this update to see what's coming.
Cole Allen is a very, very common name. Yes.
I just want to get a sense.
I just wanted to say, please do not target this person. There are 413 people here. Do not target this person.
Take us back to that.
Do not spread misinformation.
The gunshots were
You do not know who this person is.
Right, well, it was
Just wanted to clarify. You do not know who this person is. This person's image right now, I just wanted to clarify. We do not know who this person is. So stop blaming this person. This is so harmful. Because now an innocent person could be getting hate mail. They could be getting attacked. For what? Hello, Jamal. Hi, babes. So again, this is misinformation, by the way. This has not been verified. This has not been confirmed. Cole Allen is a very common name, but people of course went to attack a black person.
the screening machines, the mags.
This is how sick y'all are. The first person you rushed to attack is a black person, bro.
Everyone was diving for the
Chill.
there is
This has not been confirmed. I don't know why this is spreading like wildfire right now on Twitter and on Facebook. I wanted to clarify.
everyone for being in shock.
We do not know who this person is. They just randomly brought up a Cole Allen from California, from Torrance, and they're trying to say that this is him. This is spreading all over Twitter and Facebook right now. You do not know who this person is. So there are 430 people here. I just want to tell you, before you guys want to spread information, please fact check it.
Moved the president out and then
Fact check it. You do not know who this person is.
celebrities, members of the president's cabinet that were in this
Lord,
stay where
that's disturbing.
as the situation sort of sorted itself
This is the person. This person literally looks white.
Of the president being moved. This is now outside.
And y'all are rushing to blame a black person. Are you guys okay?
A very heavy police presence has been set up. Chris was telling us that a cordon has been put around the hotel for several blocks as this investigation goes on.
This is the person who was allegedly arrested, the alleged gunman. This is the guy who's arrested. He looks white.
Statement in a couple of minutes' time. So you can see that there's actually a number of people who were inside.
But you guys rushed to blame some random teacher from California, bro.
To this briefing room. Many of them are in their tuxes,
That is disturbing.
gowns, as this is a very formal affair that normally takes place.
Poor guy. I feel so bad for the guy now.
President of the United States. We will, of course, bring you that information when we can.
Who started it? I don't know. It's all over Twitter and Facebook now.
And the members of his cabinet are all fine.
No, I didn't see her comments, Angie. Can you send it in the Discord if you're in there?
What more information we have on the shooter. This is the statement from the president, which he also says that he has spoken with representatives in charge of the event, and they will be rescheduling it.
This is actually disturbing, y'all. That poor teacher.
Everybody leave the premises consistent with protocol, and so that's what we have been seeing. We have been seeing reporters head to the White House briefing room to hear from the president. We have seen other people.
Again, let me clarify. There are more people here. 442 people here.
There is this.
This is the image of the alleged shooter. This is the image of him being detained. He appears to be white, but a lot of far-right, right-wing, neo-Nazi trolls, white supremacist trolls, randomly found a random Cole Allen in California, and this is now spreading everywhere. Okay? Now this random Cole Allen, I'm not going to show his address, who's a teacher, this is spreading everywhere. This is misinformation. Nothing has been verified. This is literally misinformation. Okay? Just wanted to say, now this is going viral on TikTok, on Twitter. It's going viral on, post him again. No. I'm posting him to show you guys that this is misinformation, by the way.
And,
I'm posting to show to tell you guys that this is misinformation. Not to tell you guys that this is the shooter, which I think it's very important to clarify that this is misinformation. You can't just turn the other way and pretend as if this isn't misinformation. Okay? Apparently, hold on. Let me go to the Facebook page.
The digital information that you have, as we spoke to earlier, piecing together the camera information. What do the
hold on. Oh my God.
Can be quite telling as it relates to the incident in question. You have thousands of cameras in that.
Apparently, they're already commenting. Oh my God.
Information from these cameras to try to assess. One, are we in a complete?
They're already commenting.
Two, are there other co-conspirators? Three, is it safe to allow people to leave the venue? If we have two focuses, we can either evacuate.
See that?
Or in place. We shelter in place when we perceive that there's an.
Oh my God, poor guy.
People leaving the venue to possibly be.
See, of course he's from California. Minnesota and California have some interesting learning centers.
It's not prevalent if the individuals leave the venue.
Oh my goodness. This is on the school's page, by the way.
That from Al Jazeera, they've actually left the venue. So this is a clear example of the evacuation strategy that's being.
So this is what's taught in our education system. You missed California.
We only have one shooter.
Is this really him or another Thomas Allen? We don't want to accuse the wrong person. Oh, the only sensible person.
We don't want to leave any stone unturned, nor do we want to afford the defendant in this.
Identifying as transpigmented. Oh my God.
Thank you very much, Darren.
Bro.
Thank you for being with us. We're going to go back to Al Jazeera senior producer, Chris Sheridan, who is at the hotel, at the cordon actually there. What are you seeing in terms of police presence outside, and are they moving people away from the area in general, Chris?
Yeah, most of the guests have left now. So their journalists are out here, of course, reporting what has just happened. You can see the hotel right behind me. That's the Capitol Hilton right there. And there is a heavy police presence here. A number of local police, military, Secret Service. They are moving people out at the moment. So, yes, there is quite a heavy presence. The streets are all blocked off around here with this is normally a very busy part of town here.
By the way, Trump is going to be speaking soon. I think that's what we're waiting for now. If you guys don't want to join the Discord, by the way, the link is in the link tree in my bio. If you want to join the Weezers community, continue to like and share the live.
of history there. Remind us, if you could, the security that was in place for you to get into that ballroom in the first place.
The press conference, yes, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the press conference.
Yes, that's right. So in order to get in here, because there are protesters here every year.
Like the live, share. By the way, while we wait for the press conference, like the live, share the live.
The streets are blocked off.
All giftings are much appreciated. My pay links are in the link tree in my bio as well. If you do want to support me, if you do want to send me gifts, that would also be much appreciated. If you do want to follow me for news updates, that would also be much appreciated. And I highly welcome everybody to join my Discord server, which you can find in the link tree in my bio.
So you have to go down a couple flights of stairs.
And we are waiting for Trump's press conference.
Where you get checked in, where you have to obviously remove your cell phones and your wallets and everything like.
Because he's going to have a press conference, or he's going to speak, and that is what we're waiting for, by the way.
Screening, but it's all, of course, there are military and Secret Service there to watch that happen. When the shots occurred, it appeared that they were coming from inside the hotel. It was definitely not outside, so that they echoed off the walls, obviously.
Wait, is this Erica Kirk? Why is she crying? Stop this.
Hey, Chris, I apologize. I want to jump in here for a second.
Stop this.
To our viewers, which appears to be.
Wait. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just saw this.
Association dinner after gunshots were fired near the ballroom where that was taking place. We have been given a few-minute warning for the president. We will, of course, bring that to you live when we get it. Chris, apologies for jumping in on you there. I wanted to give our viewers this new video. Please continue where you were on the security here. So you could get into the hotel, but when it came to getting into the ballroom, the security was a bit heavier, as you've been telling us.
It's always like that for obvious reasons, because the president.
Yes, she was saying, I just want to go home.
Secretaries, many cabinet secretaries attend this event, White House staff, State Department officials and staff. So it's always like that. So it's hard, as I have said before, it's hard to believe that someone would have been able to walk that close to the ballroom with a weapon. But it did appear
Lord.
The shots were coming from down at the ballroom level, which was the most surprising part.
Sorry, that just caught me off guard.
Whether they actually were able to get through security in any way, but it was very brief, but it did happen. As I had said earlier, there was what appeared to be 5 shots that were fired. They were very loud, and they echoed through the ballroom, and of course that's what caused everyone to hit the floor.
Okay. Chris Sheridan, senior producer for Al Jazeera's Washington Bureau, reporting live for us from inside the ballroom and now from outside the hotel as law enforcement moves people out and away. Chris, we appreciate you being with us. Thank you for staying with us. I just want to remind our viewers of this new video that they're seeing. It appears to be a person, perhaps the suspect, on the ground, surrounded by law enforcement personnel. We see yellow police tape also set up. The president has said that the shooter is in custody. It's unclear if these are the same person, but this is new video that we are getting from inside the hotel. You are seeing in the top corner of your screen a live shot of the White House press briefing room as reporters there and us here await a message from the U.S. president.
Oh!
He posted on True Social that he wanted to see that or wanted to give a.
Sounds like a white man.
And then in the bottom corner of your screen, you are seeing the video from the moment the president was rushed out after those 5 loud bangs were heard. And security personnel rushed the president, the first lady, other members of the head table off of that stage. And then everybody else, as Chris Sheridan has been reporting, was told to shelter in place for a little bit inside that ballroom. We had noted after this happened that people were not being moved out of the ballroom, and our law enforcement experts have been telling us that that is something that happens either you shelter in place or you evacuate people depending on where the perceived threat is. And due to the fact that it appeared to be outside of the hotel, Darren Porscher, if you could come back in with us, former NYPD lieutenant joining us from New York, this is what we were talking about, that there's kind of two options here when this happens. You either tell people to stay where they are, or you move people out, depending on where you think that threat is. So does what happened here, what Chris has been telling us, obviously tracks with that?
Yes, you're accurate in that they allowed people to.
I'm so sorry. I'm still thinking about that video. The fact that she cried more for this than her husband.
People sheltering in place. If you had a gun that was at a
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be laughing.
the natural order would be to shelter in place because the gun is potentially to injure or harm people that are exiting the location. But in this particular case,
I should not be laughing.
Inside.
Oh my god.
Gunmen being neutralized inside.
I should not be laughing.
An evacuation and have everyone leave the venue. But one thing that I want to point out is I'm looking at the gunman in a face down position, and I don't.
Oh my goodness.
On the scene
oh my goodness.
That leads me to believe that the gunman has not been seriously injured.
How did she cry more for this than her husband, bro?
We immediately evacuate that person as quick as possible.
Oh my lord. I should not be laughing.
Medical treatment because we ultimately want these people to live. We want these individuals to provide testimony that would assist or enhance our investigation. This person has been in this position for a period of time, so it leads me to believe.
And how are they able to even catch the scene? I'm so sorry.
As this is happening inside, as they're dealing with somebody.
It's like the cameraman was just waiting. Like whoever filmed it was just waiting for her.
When they've told everybody to leave, so they said that this is the.
It's like. Ready, set, action. I just want to go.
What are they doing and why do they want everybody out now?
I need to stop.
Well, the people, it's clear that an investigation needs to be conducted. So the best way to conduct an investigation is to have the crime scene evaluated by all persons that were actually in attendance.
Okay, I need to stop.
We're looking at through the lens of what the court proceeding would be.
Where did it start?
Having this person tried and convicted in a court of law. So we need a crime scene that allows investigators to have the ability to advance through without any level of hurdles by people that would be at the particular location. Here it looks like we have hundreds, possibly even thousands of people that are at the location. They would only act as
and I've just released very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech.
Oh my God.
That was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did. Because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly. And have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job.
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd, there was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They go into his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job, it was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say, I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for, that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly.
But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country.
Oh my
You
God.
saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President, the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small, no piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there, and if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Mullen, thank you for your partnership with law enforcement.
Okay, we'll do a couple, and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. After that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly, and I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And...
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the gift. I didn't even see that.
I was watching to see what was happening.
I got bad news for y'all, but we'll wait until he's done. I got really bad news for y'all. Oh God. Thank you very much for the gift. I appreciate you though.
It's a bad noise. And we were whisked away.
Very bad news.
Other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able, and I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away.
Oh my God.
How fast he was moving.
He was moving.
This is bad.
He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I think they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Were your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. I go through a lot.
He does look like he was black.
Resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables.
He does not look white.
Maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room.
Trump just posted this.
That was
He looks like he's biracial.
Fence and they got him, and they really, they acted incredibly. We've had no. There was no notification. We had no.
Trump posted this on his True Social.
Well, you never know. No, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in.
So apparently,
and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Katie.
I don't know. This is what Trump posted on his True Social.
Was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. By tomorrow,
I think he's biracial.
Long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to be.
But racists, they're still going to drag black people for this.
Concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection. We saw several of the details take minutes to be escalated.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark, when you would agree.
Yeah, it's going to feel more racism.
Would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because it's my life.
It makes sense why he called him a thug.
This country great. That's why I want to live.
Because when he was talking about him, he called him a thug.
Not impactful. They leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
It makes sense why he used that wording.
This shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran.
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Oh God.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot.
Apparently, this is CCTV footage.
Up there. But even Butler, we had a.
That was him running.
Our sniper on our side.
Did y'all see that?
4.2 seconds.
That was him running.
A distance of about 4.
This is CCTV footage showing the suspect running through the hallway of the Washington Hilton Hotel.
David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people.
Apparently, this is what they're saying.
One great person and 2 people very badly injured. But no, that was so. In a sense, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But
the person running is supposedly him. If you see here, the person running, this person, is who they're saying the suspect is.
Before they got any further, I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of...
This is apparently CCTV footage showing the suspect running through the hallway of the Washington Hilton Hotel before he got caught.
Profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us.
Trump posted it.
A lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? These could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So
what is he even saying?
It's such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
Yeah, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else.
Please continue liking and sharing the live, y'all. Continue gifting as well.
Well,
it's much appreciated.
I decided to just not do much.
Like and share, follow as well for more news updates.
We're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the
Pay links are also in the link tree in my bio. You can also join the Discord server in the link tree in my bio. Do like and share. Push it out.
Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon. And they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years.
Hi, Crash Out
They were
Kermie.
saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number.
I am about a minute behind because I wanted to start from the beginning when he started the conference.
Did it in 1 year.
Just so you guys know.
We're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers.
Oh my God.
I terminated in the first term the Obama.
Oh, really, Miss Cake?
The Iran nuclear
It's amazing.
It was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear.
I met a lovely Eritrean woman the other day and told her to look you up. That's amazing, Miss Cake.
So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question.
Oh my God, he's gonna victimize himself.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled.
Oh my God.
People,
the potato.
basket cases, to be honest with you. I'm not a basket case. I take
The
it
gifts.
as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job."
Oh my
But
God.
that goes along with her too, and it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray.
Potato.
And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them.
I just want to thank everybody. I will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. Most of you released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again. And we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? So we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much.
I love my community.
About how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Oh, honey, would you want to say something?
W gifters.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can you take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted,
W gifters.
they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best.
Oh dear.
Look,
Not the bow.
He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him. So a lot of people would be looking.
W gifters.
It's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They did so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. But
I'm gonna clip this.
it comes with the territory, and if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do it.
Did he just say Matt Dillon?
It's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much.
Oh.
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, that's so funny. I'm definitely gonna clip this. Oh Lord. Okay.
A gunman tried to breach security at the event. We understand.
Thank you guys. Genuinely, that was amazing. I love my community. My community is always so petty. W gifters.
Agents scrambling to get the president out of the building. This was the Hilton Hotel.
Yeah, well, the bad news is that the gunman is potentially biracial.
Big sighting right now, and we have a tremendous industry where we're leading well.
Says that the suspected gunman was arrested at the scene. The president says he was heavily armed.
Oh my goodness! Thank you, John, for the gift. Holy shit, that's a cute dino. Thank you, John. Thank you to all the gifters who have been gifting, by the way. W all the gifters. I appreciate you guys.
By some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly. And have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out.
Thank you for all the gifters. Thank you, Honeybee.
On Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution.
See? He called him a thug.
Showing how quickly Secret Service and law
Hi, Erica.
enforcement acted on our country's behalf.
Thank you, John. I appreciate you for the gifts.
The man has been captured. They go into his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job with such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech.
W gifters, I appreciate y'all.
Not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution.
Okay, we can speak to our correspondent John Holman, who is just down the street from the Hilton Hotel in Washington, where that event was taking place.
Not the journalist catching strays.
Evening. You've been monitoring the events over the last few hours. We just heard from the U.S. President giving a briefing at the White House.
Why did the journalist have to catch strays, bro?
With multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of the Secret Service. Recap, if you could, John.
If you guys might be new to me, I do try to give y'all as much information as possible and news updates, but I also do tell jokes and laugh, and as you can see, my community is also very petty sometimes, and I feel like that is the best way to digest a lot of the heavy news that we consume. So, just so you guys know, while you are getting the news updates and you're getting all this information, you are also going to laugh. Because if you don't laugh, you cry, you know? So.
We just started dinner. Everyone's basically socializing, and we suddenly...
Exactly, laughter is a survival mechanism.
Not far from where we were sitting at the back of the room, where people entered the ballroom, and of course...
Should I have ice cream for dinner? Yes, why not?
Not sure what was going on. I dove to the floor along with a lot of other people. There was nothing said. The shots ended immediately. There was nobody said anything or screamed anything. And we waited for about maybe 10 minutes before it appeared the situation was under control.
W gifters.
I saw Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, whisked out immediately. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Okay, apparently...
The president, of course, was
again.
Immediately out.
Covey News Network strikes again. I showed y'all this CCTV footage before Jazeera showed it to y'all.
They have postponed the dinner now for the night.
Would you look at that?
It was definitely a very harrowing experience.
I showed y'all this footage before Jazeera even showed it to y'all.
Did you get to have a look at all or see the actual...
Covey News Network again. Strikes again.
You have to understand, this is an actual working hotel. So there are floors of people who were...
So somebody in my server sent a video of Carolyn Levitt.
So, but it is possible for someone who simply had a ticket to do that, to come down to the one level. Now there are security...
Wait, where is the video?
Security to get into the ballroom, but you could certainly get to that level. And so the shots we heard echoed throughout the room, and they were very loud, as I said, and they didn't appear to be that far away from where we were sitting.
Okay, it's an Athena live.
There was Secret Service people sort of...
Why can I see Athena live?
Well? Is that what you saw as well?
I don't know who they were, but
okay, there.
It's certainly a building. Whenever the president travels, wherever he goes, there's a heavy security presence. There's military there. So on one level,
why does she look different?
You were nervous that something was about to happen.
Okay, apparently this is what she said right before the show started.
Rumble. I will tell you.
Ready to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward.
Not her saying shots fired. Hold on, let's hear that again.
Ready to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Hi, Habibti.
Wait. Hi, Noor. Yeah, you want to say something? Hello? Noor? Can you hear me? Oh, what happened to Noor?
Hi, I'm sorry. My app crashed.
Oh, girl, your connection is really
I
bad.
want to ask you, has he mentioned the... Oh no.
Okay,
Hold
now
on, 1 second.
Okay, let's watch
it
this
working?
clip until. Yes. Hold on, I just want to show this clip,
Okay,
by the
I
way.
wanted to. Okay, I just saw it where she said shots fired.
Yeah, I want to show like the 27-second clip. 1 second, because this was apparently Carolyn Levitt before the whole show. Is it glitchy for you guys in the chat? Or you guys can hear me? Can you guys listen, like hear what I'm like? Hear me? Okay, we're good. Okay, good. Let's play what Carolyn Levitt said.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Lol. Okay. What did you want to say?
So has it been confirmed?
What has been confirmed?
Like who did it?
Trump posted his photo on his Truth Social.
Okay, I know this is gonna sound like really conspiracy theorist, but it's just too fucking convenient. He wants to attack the education system in California. He's been trying to get to it for fucking years. He's trying to fucking blame the radical left. And has he said anything about that yet?
Nothing that I know of. You're from California, nor do you want to maybe share some things that Trump has been saying?
Yeah, so Trump and Newsom, if you guys don't know, fuck Newsom too, okay? I gotta say this. Fuck Newsom's bitch ass too. But Trump and Newsom have been going at each other since Trump's first presidency. Like, so much so to the point where when Trump was sending in ICE, he threatened to detain Newsom himself. And, Newsom has been very open about wanting to run against Trump. And we have been predicting that he was going to run for the 2028 presidency. I think it would probably be against JD Vance, whatever. But he has been setting himself up for this, presidency. And this for the past, fucking 8 years, everything that comes out of Trump about California is they're radical left, they're this. But something that he has also been doing he has been targeting our education system. And I think also the fact that, if I don't fucking know, I think he's going to use this to target our education system. He's going to be like, I don't want to fucking do this. And it's in Project 2025. They're trying to completely destroy our education system, and California still has one. We barely have one, but we still have one.
Mm-hmm.
The timing is just weird. It's right before midterms. I don't know. This is just really weird. And then it was the correspondence dinner, which does not make any sense. How did he even get near the fucking building?
Mm-hmm. Did you see the footage of him running, the CCTV footage?
No, I haven't seen anything. I've been out studying.
Hold on. So this is apparently CCTV footage of him running through, You see that? Hold on. Let me change the layout.
Yeah. I was going to say, I can kind of see it, but...
Okay, here. You saw that?
Yeah. Is he wearing a kofia?
No. So this is him running.
Oh, what the hell? Dude, there's no fucking way. There's actually no fucking way. Because, they have security outside of that building, too. It's not just inside the building that they have the security.
Oh, wait, hold on. I actually do have a perfect video for you, though. You want to watch it?
Yes.
I just want to go find you.
Oh, I saw Erica Kirk crying. Her sugar daddy almost died. Sorry. Dude, did you see what JD Vance's wife, who's pregnant, was literally crawling on the floor.
Oh my goodness. That's actually crazy.
Literally crawling on the floor. Like he left her there. I was making I don't know who I was talking to. Oh, I was talking to a Discord group, and I was saying I would not have been surprised if they were there to set up JD Vance's wife and marry him off to fucking Erica Kirk.
Oh dear Lord. Yeah, but I agree. I think they're gonna, first of all, people are gonna be hella fucking racist. Just wanted to say that. Because this is the person, apparently. Trump posted him. Good God.
Yeah, dude, I think they're planning something with it. I don't know what, but they're planning something with it. They picked a teacher from California. I call shit.
You cut out again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I think they're planning something with it. I called shit on this thing. It like makes no sense to me. They're supposed to. Have you ever been? You've been to the Middle East. You know what the Middle East is like. Have you ever been to like a hotel in the Middle East?
Yes.
Do you know how they have their security outside and inside the hotels?
Yes.
And how they're set up, and as soon as you go through, you have to run through like a metal detector and everything like that. It does not make sense to me that a hotel in Jordan, like fucking buttfuck Jordan, would have more security than the White House Correspondents' Dinner with everyone fucking important inside of there.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't make sense at all, actually. Did you hear what? I'm so sorry. Did you hear what? I want to let this person up. Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you? Are you talking about the what happened in Mali when they took control of those towns?
Yeah,
Want to talk about it?
I think Bamako is falling or fell already.
What do you mean Bamako's falling? The
right
last
now,
time I read, the Malian government said that they took control over it, though.
No, I think it's on ongoing clashes right now in Bamako.
They're still clashing right now in Mali?
Yeah, but they're not clashing with the Tuareg, they're clashing with the Fulani in Bamako. The Tuareg took the north.
Did they already take the north? This is confirmed?
They took Kidal, they took Timbuktu, yeah.
Timbuktu?
Yeah. And a massive offensive today, yeah. They took over the north.
No, I know about the massive offensive, but I'm asking if they already took.
Yes. Malian's junta military collapsed in the north, yes.
Interesting, okay. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Depends what happens after. Depends. If they fall into a civil war, that's a bad thing.
Is it true that they're backed by the UAE, by the way?
No one wants to support the Azawad movement. Not Algeria, not Mauritania, not Morocco. No one wants to support them. I mean, Libya supported them before, like in Gaddafi's time, but no one supports them now.
Yeah, no, I know that Libya supported them back then. I know that Libya in the 70s and 80s, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gaddafi supported not only them, but also the current founder of JNIM, was one of the people who was funded and trained by Gaddafi. But I don't know if a civil war would be a good thing for Mali right now, don't you think?
No, that would be a disaster.
Yeah, because the way that you talked about it made it seem as if it was a positive thing. But I mean,
Could be. Could be.
Thank you very much.
Very well could be. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that update, though. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Okay. That is what I want to talk to you guys about when it came to Mali, by the way. There was a huge offensive in Mali today where multiple armed groups actively coordinated attacks in different parts of Mali, including in Bamako, in the northern part of Mali as well. There was multiple explosions and gunfire that had been reported. Mali's military was actively trying to repel the attacks underway, but apparently they already lost parts of it tomorrow. So it says here that the assault was done by the Azawad Liberation Front, the FLA, which basically... Okay. So it was done by the FLA, which basically is seeking to create its own breakaway state in the north, a Tuareg state. And then there was Jamaat Nusra al-Islam wal-Muslimin, the JNIM, which is an ISIS allied group, I think, that also was staging multiple simultaneous attacks across multiple locations. So that is what has been happening in Mali today. They're basically staging an attack against the military junta regime that took over in 2021. And this is the group, by the way, JNIM specifically is a group, by the way, that has been fighting in Burkina Faso as well. So we'll see what happens next. I think this will be an attack against the AES states, or the Sahelian coalition, which is of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. So we will see what will happen next with these three countries. By the way, these Tuareg rebellion groups currently that are fighting were groups that were trained by Gaddafi in the 1970s and 80s. So Gaddafi actively trained them, including the leader of JNIM was trained by funded by Gaddafi as well. What was your question, Noor?
You actually just answered it. I was going to say, do you think this is a way that they're going to be targeting those three countries? But do you think, because I'm positive, listen, are also involved in this, because they've all been going after Burkina Faso for a few years. I'm pretty sure Trump was threatening Burkina Faso, if I'm not mistaken, last year or 2 years ago.
About NATO, specifically France, but I did hear that I can't check my DM for now. I can only check Discord. Gray حياتي ارسلي لي لو سمحتي بالديسكورد، يعني مش بالدي ام في تيك توك. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I think with Burkina Faso, by the way, there was recent... Did you hear about the Batot Air that was registered in Burkina Faso? Because I know that UAE has actively also been Oh, Swan, you can come up if you want, by the way. So I know that the sorry, I can't even think.
As I say, was keen to see the event continue. The Secret Service insisted that he return here to the White House.
No, you're good. It could be like that's kind of where it's going. It could be UAE or it could be Saudi,
It's definitely UAE
as well. Yeah, so I think it's UAE if anything, because UAE is basically losing. Like we already know they lost Yemen. They want like another foothold now because like now
No, but they're gaining so much ground in Africa.
And then
They're gaining so
Qatar
much
as well,
ground.
but
More like you don't get it. Like I did a deep dive into some of their front companies in East Africa, and they're gaining so much ground. Like I don't even think we're going to be able to defeat them this time. Like the UAE is just.
Oh, go ahead, Habibti, sorry.
Sorry, they're just like people underestimate how bad the UAE is. I think they're worse than Israel when it comes to the African continent. Like when it comes to like the amount of airlines and front companies that they have, the investments that they've done, they've deeply embedded themselves and wedged themselves into like the political structures. Like they like I don't even think like we're I genuinely I think like I don't even want to be like hopeless, but I kind of low-key feel like they've won because like they've been playing chess for the past God knows how many years. You know that the first investment that they did in Africa was in 1977, just 5 or 6 years after they became a country. Like in Burundi in 1977, they did an investment in in the fisheries department. They literally control everything. Like people, like I don't understand why they're not getting the same amount of hate that Israel is getting.
It's less obvious, I think.
No, it's pretty obvious. It's just people aren't looking at it. Like even like I'm Palestinian, right? I don't know if we've met Jacob, but I'm Palestinian. Like we have been coming after the UAE for Sudan for fucking years now. We've been coming after the UAE for literally everything that they've been doing in Africa for years now. It's just people don't care. To the global north, I really like, and I like this is really sad, but they think African lives are just fucking expendable.
Yeah, I mean, Nor, we've met many times. You used to come on my lives.
Oh my god, wait, no, this is Jacob. I'm so sorry. I don't have access. I can't see. I can only see the name. So I can't see
no,
photos.
it's me. I if I
Is
turn my
this
camera
T-Pat?
on. Yep.
Oh, hi, bestie.
It's been a bit. Somebody called me a performative liberal. So that's quite insulting, but all right. Yeah, no, I think I was gonna say I do think that what's going on in Mali is definitely involved with the UAE because the groups that are doing it are AQ affiliates. So considering that AQ was also funded by the UAE, I wouldn't be surprised that like they were also funding Mali as well.
So
Yeah.
a CIA asset. I don't think people also realize like how deep the UAE's pockets are. Like the UAE's number one business partner in the region is Israel. After that, it's the USA. Like it, they're all teamed up. And they've all after Burkina Faso. The UAE wants more gold, and we know Burkina Faso is filled to the brim with resources. And may God increase it for them. I hope they continue to have these resources, and I like pray that fucking imperialism does not fucking destroy them.
Yeah, can we just like leave Africa alone, please? Like if we just left them alone for like just a little bit, they'd become like such a developed continent. Like we've seen this in many different parts of Africa, like other countries where they've been able to develop if they're actually just like left alone.
I don't think it's necessarily like a lack of development, but instead overexploitation.
That too.
Yeah.
That's what I mean though. Like France just left Niger, like literally a few years ago. You know, like that's what I mean. Like leave them alone. Like stop exploiting them. Stop having this like post-colonialism world order.
Yeah,
Listen, I can't explain it. Oh, sorry, Habibti. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. You wanted to say. Yeah, whatever you wanted to say.
Whoa, okay, am I back? Fine.
Yeah, you're back. Hello?
Is it working now?
Yeah.
I can't explain it. I know France has something to do with this. Like,
True.
it has to. It has to have something to do with this. I don't know. And like something else that people aren't talking about. Well, yes, but also something else that people aren't talking about. We have Saudi Arabia, we have Israel, we have Qatar, and we have the UAE all gaining land, and the UAE is gaining a lot of land in Africa right now, right? But on top of that, right now, we also have China, we have the USA. Like it's another scramble for Africa, and they're just hoping that everyone has dehumanized African lives so much that no one will care.
Yeah, it's really awful. I went to Kenya, and I feel like so. I wish that there was the opportunity, right? Like that. I wish the Africans in the African continent, especially West Africa, could just stop being exploited. Like seriously, it saddens me so much. And the fact that like nobody knows about this stuff, like nobody's paying attention to what's going on in Africa.
Well, I don't think people are not paying it. I think people are just actively ignoring it.
Maybe that, yeah.
Yeah, people are just actively ignoring it. Swan, what did you want to say?
Oh yeah. The last attempt that I know of, outside of what you had told me, when it comes to Burkina Faso, is the United States military sent. Hold on, let me pull up the. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Just I might get some heat here. This entire situation with this Pew Pew guy, it seems extremely performative. Like it's giving me Erica Kirk vibes. Like that's what I'm seeing here. I'm not making any claims, but I'm just saying, like, they're making this the whole show now. Like,
That's okay. I'll make a claim.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was fake. I think the entire thing was fucking staged. Sorry, I'll make the claim. You don't have to.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like insane how performative all this is. Yeah, it does feel like manufactured consent, exactly. Yeah, and I see that, Jen, Caroline Levitt with the quote, "shots will be fired" thing. Like, come on. That's like so on the nose there. I laughed my ass off when I saw that.
Swan, do you have the footage?
What happened to Nor?
I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn my camera on. I got panicked.
Just going in and out because of her connection issues.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Gray, did you? Sorry. Gray, did you send what you wanted to send on Discord? By the way, but yeah, continue, Swan.
So last year, the United States Marine Corps sent General Michael Langley to Burkina Faso. Basically, what he went. I mean, we pretty much know what he went to do there. But this is from based on his public statements in April of 2025 as the commander of U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, which sparked intense political backlash rather than direct kinetic action. So essentially what they did was Michael Langley, who's a black American man, was sent and accused him of misusing the gold reserve. So during a U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee hearing on April 3rd, 2025, General Langley accused Burkina Faso's leader, Captain Ibrahim Traore, of diverting the country's nationalized gold reserves for personal protection and to sustain his military junta regime rather than using them for public welfare. Fueling political destabilization. Critics, including supporters of Traore and several Pan-African leaders, accused Langley of perpetrating a blatant lie designed to justify Western intervention in Burkina Faso. Many in local media and the African diaspora viewed this as a regime change playbook intended to overthrow or isolate Traore, who had shifted away from Western alliances and expelled French forces. Langley's remarks sparked significant outrage, with many interpreting his words as neo-colonial meddling and an attempt to discredit a leader aiming to assert economic sovereignty. Some observers describe these actions as backstabbing because Langley is a black American. I mean, we already know that that's what it is. They tokenized him, placing him in a role that critics claimed undermined African independence efforts. Following Langley's testimony, Burkina Faso's security minister claimed to have foiled a major plot to assassinate Traore, which supporters linked to the deteriorating relationship with Western powers, including the U.S. and its allies in the region. While some people accuse him of betraying black people, Langley defended his position, arguing that Burkina Faso's military leadership has been ineffective at tracking violent extremist organizations and that the country has gone in the wrong direction in terms of security. We all know that Michael Langley was on some BS. So was the United States. This is because Burkina Faso wants to just take control of their land and their resources and wants to profit off of that. And that's a threat to every Western, historically white or predominantly white nation. It's just same thing that happened to Patrice Lumumba and any other African leader that wanted the best for their people.
Juan,
They're scared.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to hold on to your question, please don't forget it, Nora. I just wanted to say AFRICOM itself, right? AFRICOM basically stands for United States Africa Command. And it is a geographic combatant command of the United States Department of Defense. And it is actively responsible for U.S. military relations and operations across most of Africa, except for Egypt, which falls under a different military command. Now, AFRICOM itself was created under George W. Bush. It was announced in 2007. It became fully operational in 2008. It was established by the Department of Defense with approval from civilian leadership, including Congress as well. And the basic purpose of AFRICOM is to coordinate U.S. military engagement in Africa, mainly to what they claim to fight extremist hate threats, to support allies, to protect U.S. strategic interests, and to respond to crises, which means it's just a neo-colonial structure that is there to uphold Western hegemony and specifically American hegemony. Now, you guys would think that AFRICOM, which is, again, a military command for Africa, would be stationed in Africa, right? But no, its headquarters is actually in Stuttgart, Germany, right?
What?
So, yes, its headquarters is in Germany.
That's like, I think that might be the only command that doesn't have their base inside the region in which it's located.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, exactly. So it's just like a neo-colonial entity, basically. And to anybody who's talking about the African Union itself is a neo-colonial entity. There was a sham Berlin conference on April 15th of this year, where they basically gather. It was organized by the US, by the UK, by Germany, France, the European Union, the African Union, and IGAD were there as well. And the sham of a conference was supposedly about United Nations 2, was supposedly about Sudan. It was supposedly about, number one, solving the issue in Sudan, and number two, raising funds for Sudan, for the humanitarian crisis, because what's happening in Sudan is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world currently. And were Sudanese people or a representative of Sudan involved? No. Imagine, they had a conference in Berlin where they're claiming that they're advocating for Sudanese people because Sudanese people are currently being genocided by the UAE and its proxy, the RSF. Who they didn't invite? Sudanese people. Who did they invite? The UAE. Why is the UAE there at a conference that is supposedly trying to stop the genocide in Sudan? And the crazy thing is, the Sudanese government has been very, very clear in saying that they do not want to negotiate with the RSF. They've been very clear in saying that they never want to negotiate with the RSF, that they're fighting to completely free Sudan of the RSF. They do not want to give the RSF any piece of land. And if you go to Vista Maps, hold on, where is it? Let me show you how much land the RSF has currently. So if you go to Vista Maps,
Didn't they also do the same thing with Palestine, where they didn't allow Palestinian representatives at a UN?
yes,
It was a board of peace.
Board of
Like
Peace.
yeah,
Look
not
at
the
this.
UN.
All of this is owned by the RSF. Everything that's yellow.
Holy shit.
That's almost half the country. And the RSF is a paramilitary force that does not have an air force. It isn't an actual full-blown military. The RSF are the Rapid Support Forces. They are the terrorist militia that is currently funded by the UAE and that is genociding Sudanese people. You want to see how much they're genociding Sudanese people? Hold on. Let me show you this, okay? This is how bad it is. They're genociding so many Sudanese people that you can see blood from space. That is how many fucking people are dying. That is how many people are dying. I just wanted to say, this is how many people are dying in Sudan. This wasn't debunked. Yale Lab produced a whole fucking report on this.
No, this was not, guys, this is not debunked. Who's saying that?
Yale Lab posted, and know what the crazy thing is? They not only did that, when they took over Al-Fashir, okay? When they took over Al-Fashir, what does this say here? Sarah Champion, chair of the Commons International Development Select Committee, said members received a private briefing on Sudan at which one of the academics stated our low estimate is 60,000 people have been killed there in the last 3 weeks. As many as 150,000 residents of Al-Fashir remain unaccounted for since the city fell to the RSF. They are not thought to have left the city, and this grisly development comes amid increasingly gloomy speculation about their fate. Where's the 150,000 people? They haven't left the city. Nobody knows where they went. Where are the 150,000 people in 3 weeks? Yes, in 3 weeks, at least 60,000 people were killed. This is what the UAE is doing in one fucking country. Right? So, when you look at this map, hold on, where is it? Now, when you look at this map, the West and all of their allies are trying to pressure the legally recognized, internationally recognized Sudanese government to negotiate with the RSF. In they burn the bodies. There are videos online that I have seen with my own 2 eyes of them gassing and burning people. They literally put people, I'll never forget the day I saw that video. They put people in compartments and gassed them at once, like 50 people, 40 people at once. And then after they gassed those people, they put them to the side and brought another group of people and gassed those people. There is videos all over online, by the way. There's a whole database that's collecting these videos of the RSF forcing people to bury themselves, dig their own graves, and then shooting them in the graves. Right? There's footage, by the way, that when I tried to post on my Discord wouldn't allow me to post that footage. Imagine Discord telling you you're not allowed to post this footage because of how graphic these videos were. So these videos can be found online. They're literally disturbing the amount
Probably
of
on Reddit, they have a lot of footage of that stuff.
there's footage. There was a whole Google Drive that I was sent. Full of these videos, right? And now they're trying to force Sudanese people to negotiate with this entity that is controlling this side. And the UAE was there. The UAE, the very same entity that is literally doing this.
People don't understand, like, the brutalness of war. People just don't understand how fucking evil. Not just, I mean, I don't even know if you call this a war at this point.
It's war. It's a genocide. Yeah, it's the worst genocide.
Yeah, I mean, the only part of it that's a war is, like, the Sudanese government trying to, like, take back the land. But I guess in regards to, like, what the RSF is doing, that's not what I mean by a war, obviously.
So this was an entire family that was just murdered in Al Ubaid. Yeah.
Habibti, I'm so sorry. I have to drop, but I just wanted to check something really quick with Swan. So I don't know if you guys remember this, but last year Burkina Faso gave its citizens free water and free electricity. I think this happened in March 2025. Do you have the dates that the U.S. went over there?
Let me check real quick. Can I message it to you?
Yes, you can absolutely message it to me.
Okay, I'll send you a message. It's good to see you, by the way.
You too. Thank you. Yeah,
Good to see you again, Nora. Come on my live at some point.
I'll be back next week. Listen, I just turned in my dissertation, so I'll be back next week. Love you guys.
great.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
So it says here that this is a martyrdom of an entire family on the Al-Mazroubi Al-Ubaid road. According to the Dar Hamar emergency room, the family had moved from Abu Qulb administrative area in West Kordofan state and took the road toward Al Ubaid, only to be ambushed by an RSF force that unleashed a hail of merciless gunfire on them, resulting in the immediate martyrdom of all three, the husband, wife, and their child. Yeah.
I just, what innate, like, why would people want to do that? I just don't. Some just evil, man. Just the evil of some people I just can't comprehend, seriously.
You know what it is? So the groups that are benefiting from this exploitation would not be able to survive the way that they do if they didn't continue the exploitation. So, like, for example, the reason as to why Europe functions and is still standing today is because of the transatlantic slave trade, creating this Western racial hierarchy that gives them, I guess you could say, like, the divine right, or just, to take control of non-white countries, and more specifically those that are in the global south. So if you think about it, right, how we function here in the United States, if we stop exploitation, the United States is going to crumble. If Britain stops exploitation, the United States, their country is going to crumble. Like, their infrastructure would completely crumble. I think that there's, like, ways to go about changing these things over time, but we don't have time to wait. Like, Sudan doesn't have time to wait. Congo doesn't have time to wait. Eritrea doesn't have time to wait. And there are many other countries that just don't have the time to wait. But that's literally what it is that these superpowers of the world would literally crumble if the exploitation stops. And I think you have a video of that. Who was it? Howard Nicholas. He explains it. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. Like, you see this family driving by. Why shoot them? Like, what is your goal? Like, what's the objective there? You know, like, I think it's just straight up evil.
Sudanese people.
What do you say?
Yeah, but you have to exterminate Sudanese people. That's the whole point. If you want their land and resources, then you'd have to exterminate Sudanese people and also strike fear in them. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because
Like,
I guess then there's less people to use the
when
resources.
was the last time? Yeah, when was the last time that you chewed gum or drank like a carbonated drink, like a soda or something like that? Like, all of this stuff has like Arabic gum in it, which, by the way, Arabic gum isn't even found in, is not even indigenous to Arabia. It actually comes from Africa, the Sahel region, but it's called Arabic gum because that's where European merchants encountered it when they were buying it. All of this stuff, your pharmaceuticals, your makeup, your soda, any type of sugar, any type of gum that you eat, candy has Arabic gum in it. 80% of the world's Arabic gum comes from Sudan. 80%. Right? You got gold. The UAE is like in the top 10, top 5 gold sellers. Where do you think the gold comes from?
Oh, it like totally comes from their mines that they
Exactly,
because they have so much gold in the UAE.
Exactly. And then the worst part is some of the people in the RSF, specifically when we look at around like the southern part, this was a child, by the way. This was an RSF fighter that was killed. They're making children participate in the G-side. Sometimes these children are either sold to the RSF or they're either prisoners of war whose families were killed, or they're poor children who are desperate and who join the RSF because they get paid by them. This kid was an RSF fighter who was martyred, and a lot of pro-RSF pages were basically kind of honoring him. They're forcing children, drugged up children, to participate in a G-side. This is what capitalism does, by the way. I just wanted to tell you, next time y'all sit here and think that capitalism can be reformed or capitalism is good or it's a positive thing, this is what the fuck capitalism is doing. Black children are actively being forced and coerced into participating in their own people's genocide or their fellow Africans' genocide. And this is being normalized. I don't know why people are not pissed off by this. This is what capitalism is, by the way. This is it. This is capitalism.
Western media just doesn't want to report on it because it's just like, I mean, I don't even know, like, if you can find like an NBC or CNN article, like, even on what's going on in Sudan, like, it just doesn't exist.
They call it a civil war.
Sorry, they're calling it a civil war right now? Seriously?
Yes.
Still?
These mainstream media outlets, even that quote unquote sham Berlin conference that was held, called it a civil war.
Like, I'm pretty sure every single major G-side group has died. Like, I don't understand, like, why not? It's kind of obvious. It's ridiculous, but whatever. This is insane. Well, I just want to ask, is it Covey or Covey? Because some people are saying it's Covey and some people are saying it's Covey. So I just wanted to... Covey?
It's Covey, actually.
Covey? Oh, okay, so I have been saying it right. Okay, I was so confused for a second. Okay, cool. All right, well, thank you so much for reporting on this. This stuff is really important, and I enjoy, being able to lift up these conversations.
No problem. Thank you very much for being here, Jacob. Swan, did you want to say something?
No, this is a lot.
Mhm.
It's a lot. This is I do I mean I guess with in terms of like this whole situation with Trump, it was like on the inside. The man fell asleep on television yesterday or whatever day it was. Why now, right? He didn't care about ICE agents harming the American people. He didn't care about anything. Any harm that has been perpetuated to people, he does not care. But somehow, some way, whenever he has to save face or he messes up like royally, and when it comes to his image, not decisions about like the United States military or anything like that, or even legislation, just strictly when it comes to his image, if he messes up, he always has to find a way to get himself out of it. You cannot convince me that that person let off 5 shots, right? Same thing with the whole situation with his ear, like him wanting to stay there and speak. I don't know any other president or any person who has had an attempt on them that would actually like go and still remain in the public and say something. I find that very hard to believe. I think it was on the inside. That's it. It's unfortunate because they're using it seems as though the person who did this is a non-white person, right? I think you said a black person.
He's mixed.
Biracial.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I think I might do a topic. I don't want to say it out loud, so I don't want anybody to take it, but I think I have an idea for my topic is going to be later.
I was gonna ask, do we have any information on him right now? I heard like rumors that he was from LA. Is that confirmed or are
From
those
Florence, California.
Florence? Okay. Thank you so much for the wand. Yeah, I was about to say like coming all the way from LA, it's crazy. And I also am kind of confused. Like, many sources, like including the Independent, were originally reporting that he was unalived, and then they immediately switched to that he was in custody. Like, there's been so much misinformation going on about what's actually happening. It's insane.
Yeah, initially it was also said that he was unalived, but now not anymore. If there are no last words, I'll just continue, y'all. And I'll just drop y'all if there's anything you guys want to say. You can say.
No, that's it. Thank you for having me up. I hope to talk to you more.
No problem. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you. Thank you, Swan, as per usual. I appreciate you too.
Of course.
Yeah. So, I know we've been focusing on that. I am gonna be ending it with focusing on Mali for a bit. You just know Trump is gonna do this. So Mali has been getting really attacked today. It looks like the FLA won northern parts of Mali.
That's the sound of gunfire near Mali's main military base. Insurgents launched coordinated attacks on Saturday, targeting several of the West African country's cities. The Malian army has said the situation is under control and urged citizens to remain calm. Cleanup operations were underway, it said, adding that several attackers had been neutralized. Nevertheless, the attacks, described by the UN as simultaneous and complex, represent one of the biggest operations yet against the military government. Mali has been battling the West African affiliates of Al-Qaeda and Islamic State for years. It's also grappling with a much longer history of Tuareg-led rebellion in the north. This footage shows armed men from an unidentified group in Kidal in northeastern Mali. The location has been verified using satellite imagery and previous footage of the area.
Nicholas Hack has more now.
Okay, so these are the two areas, Kidal and Gao, which have been taken over, like control, by the FLA, which is the Azawad Liberation Front, I think. So the FLA has taken over Kidal and Gao, by the way.
Nicholas Hack has more now.
Outside the military barracks in Kati, on the outskirts of the capital, warplanes circle overhead. This is where Mali's junta leadership is based. Below, hundreds of armed fighters linked to Al-Qaeda try to storm the barracks.
They are a Tuareg rebellion group. They want to create their own state, as it's basically in the north. So they're a separatist group who want to they want to secede and then create their own state.
On motorcycles. In Sivare, around 600 kilometers northeast of Bamako, gunfire echoes near a camp used by Russia's Africa Corps mercenaries. In the northern town of Gao, Tuareg fighters from the Azawad Liberation Front filmed themselves celebrating, saying they are entering the city. And in Kidal, deep in Mali's far north, close to the Algerian border, they claim to have taken over the governor's residence. Armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Tuareg fighters who were once fighting each other appear to be fighting together against a common enemy, Mali's army and the Russian mercenaries supporting them.
We are here in the city of Kidal, and we have returned once again. We informed the Malayan army that we have formations in Gao, Bamako, and everywhere the enemy is present. This vehicle was seized from a house where the governor of the Kidal region had been staying, following clashes with army elements there. We will take control of all cities and pursue the oppressors.
What he calls the oppressors are Mali's armed forces, around 40,000 soldiers trying to secure a country twice the size of France. They're fighting Tuareg rebels, Al-Qaeda-linked groups, and ISIL affiliates. Overwhelmed and overstretched, they appear to have been caught off guard by Saturday's attacks. In a statement, the army tried to reassure the public.
Several terrorists were neutralized and equipment was destroyed. The operation continues. The situation is under control. The General Staff of the Armed Forces calls on the population to remain calm and show discernment. Do not relay video or propaganda messages aimed at fueling the general concern.
An eerie calm settles over.
Yes, Tuareg are a branch within the Amazigh umbrella term. They are kind of like a group of indigenous people who are found in Burkina Faso, in southern Libya, in Algeria, Niger, and in Mali. So that's who the Tuareg are.
Parts of the capital. The sound of gunfire replaced by traffic and motorbikes. A fragile sense of normality amid the dread. When will the next attack come? Fear is feeding suspicion. Civilians are taking matters into their own hands. Suspected fighters believed to be hiding among them are hunted, beaten, even killed. A cycle of fear and violence Malians seem unable to escape from. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
Let's examine how Mali's political and security crisis
Militants launched coordinated attacks across Mali today, striking the capital, Bamako, and several towns inland in a major security escalation. Two powerful explosions followed by sustained gunfire were heard near the main military base in Kati, just outside Bamako, as troops sealed off surrounding roads. At the same time, unrest was reported in the central town of Sevare, as well as in the northern centers of Kidal and Gao. Mali's army says fighting is still underway and has urged residents to remain calm. For more on this, let's speak to Sophie Mukena, SABC News specialist correspondent. Sophie, 2012, there was a coup in Mali. 2020, 2021 had also experienced coups in the region's most coup-prone country in the Sahel region. The current attacks, are those markers of early stages of a coup attempt?
Well, clearly it's a coup attempt. We don't know whether the military will be able to manage this situation. As you know that the Sahel countries, the three, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger, have formed an alliance to work together economically and also security after they pulled out of ECOWAS. And therefore, we are going to see Burkina Faso and Niger assisting. But also remember, this is where Russia is operating. It has got some military operations in those three countries. and they might assist to try and repel the insurgents and the rebels, because you have different groups there who are fighting as we speak in Mali. And therefore, on the other hand, we have a situation where ECOWAS can't intervene because the three countries were expelled from the regional organizations. And therefore, it is a very difficult situation. I was attending a summit in Dakar, Senegal, on Monday and Tuesday, where the issue of security in West Africa, particularly in the Sahel region, was discussed. And during those debates, representatives from these three countries, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, accused some of the neighboring countries as working together with insurgents and the so-called terrorists or the rebels.
Okay, so apparently they took over. Good morning, Faisal. There's currently fighting in Timbuktu. So hold on. So I'm trying to show you guys a map, so you guys can see what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so they've taken over Kidal. They're taken over parts of Gao, and then they're trying to take over Timbuktu, right here. That's the FLA. And they're basically trying to either create an autonomous region or completely split and become independent. And they're doing that because they claim that the Malian government in Bamako, which is the capital city, are not representing them and oppressing them and have been marginalizing them. By the way, these groups that have done the coordinated attack today, do you guys know who trained them? Gaddafi did. Next time before you guys praise Gaddafi, just remember that. A lot of shit that man did back in the 1980s and 70s, the chickens are coming home to roost today. He also created the precursor to the RSF, the entity that is currently doing genocide in Sudan. Gaddafi created the precursor. He initially had the Islamic Legion, and from that, the Tajammu al-Arabi was created, Arab Gathering, and then from that, remnants of that, Omar Bashir created the Janjaweed in 93 for his own protection, which then later on became the RSF.
For years, we've seen the Tuareg rebel group, trying to create a separatist state.
But a lot of people just praise him as being Pan-African because they don't see deep into his politics, what he has done.
Mali, since as far back as 2012. And so as a result of this, we've also seen them have some forms of collaboration with the jihadi groups that also exist within the region. And so it doesn't come as a surprise that this attack appears to be somewhat coordinated, but also I think a more important thing that has surprised many is the timing of these attacks, because it appears to be quite sudden. But yes, the attacks appear to be ongoing. The attacks also appear to be intended, at gaining complete control of the northern region, and in many ways also mounting pressure on the military junta in Mali.
Well, first of all, just give us an idea of how strong you think this group is. If we're hearing multiple attacks across cities, and also just how close,
exactly,
how much
slavery,
perhaps a prospect there is of Bamako being seized.
So actually, it would be a great mistake to underestimate these groups. Particularly because of the fact that they have very close, they maintain some form of collaboration with Islamic extremist group in the region, particularly Al-Qaeda-linked group Jenin, which has well over 6,000 fighters and it appears to be one of the deadliest terrorist groups in the region. So yes, there's some significant prospects for pressure mounting towards Bamako, but also it also goes to show that the military junta appears to be under severe strain as in its ability to be able to repel these attacks, despite the fact that it's had some form of support as well from the African Corps in recent times. It will be recalled also that the reason why the military junta took over from the civilian authorities was because of the mounting or the rise in insecurity in the region under the promise and the guise that they would try to quell the situation. But unfortunately, since the military takeover, the data shows, that insecurity in Mali and across the broader Sahel region, unfortunately, has only worsened. So yes, there's still so much to be done, and also these groups appear to be gaining significant grounds.
Well, the military junta effectively ended the long time French presence in the country in 2022. What are they reliant on now? Aside of their own ability as a military, what about Russian mercenaries? Where are they?
Yes, so the Russians have indeed played a significant role since trying to fill the security vacuum that has been created by the exit of France and the west from Mali and the Sahel, broadly Mali, and of course parts of the Sahel region. But also, as I mentioned earlier, they seem to be struggling significantly in trying to take charge of the situation. We've also seen a significant rise in the number of fatalities against civilians, including those perpetrated, by armed groups, and in many ways also some of the security forces in Mali, and of course in neighboring countries like Niger and Burkina Faso. And so the likelihood of the military, being able to quell these attacks on its own doesn't seem to be guaranteed. On the other hand, what we might see is a tendency for neighboring countries, including Niger and Burkina Faso, to get involved, because if you recall, since the creation of the Alliance of Sahelian States, the AES, all three countries have pledged, military cooperation to support each other and to defend each other's territorial sovereignty. So in the coming days, if these attacks persist, we might see Mali and Niger, get drawn into the conflict, which would have significant consequences for the prospect.
Okay. I'm gonna end this with Eritrean music, as per usual, because a lot of this has been really heavy and depressing. So, I'm gonna end it with Eritrean music. Decompression, exactly. Swan, right? They stole his wheels. Of course you do. I think you do. Oh, yeah, no, I can't do that now. I was gonna show y'all a song, a really nice song, but I don't think I can show it now. It's a little too heavy. What I will do though, I'll end it with this. Eight, 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 eight. She's so beautiful. Hey, she's eating though. Bella, 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 Bella. Bella, 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 Bella. Hey, hey, hey. Yes, حب شيء. Anyways, I appreciate you guys for watching. Hopefully y'all learned something from the live. They're not Ethiopian, total tasker, they're Eritrean. I hope you guys learned some stuff. I'll be going live tomorrow again. I'm ending the live right now. Thank you for... They got it from us. Eritrea didn't exist 200 years ago. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Got us from what? You know what? I'm gonna protect my peace. I'm gonna protect my peace. No, you guys sit here and tell me Eritrea didn't exist 200 years ago. Anyways, Greek names. Sushi. Oh my god. Sushi. Thank you, Swan. I appreciate you. Swan, you blocked them and Mia muted them. Teamwork. I love y'all. But anyways, what happened? Child, Faisal, you're late. Somebody came in here saying Eritreans didn't exist 200 years ago. What was I gonna say? Follow me. I'm gonna go live again tomorrow. If you are feeling a bit generous, as we saw today, a lot of people on the African continent and black people in general are kind of like suffering. Interest, like that's like a downplaying it, but like it's you know, but if you have extra money, $5, $1 that you want to donate, there are some great initiatives in the link tree in my bio to help vulnerable communities out there. So you can definitely go check the initiatives in the link tree in my bio. If you can't donate, that's perfectly fine. You can also just share them. That would also do a lot of help because a lot of these communities are very, very vulnerable, by the way. So there is an initiative for an Eritrean artist. His name is Mohammed Ahmed. He was a singer for 40 years and really, really upheld Eritrean culture and continued reproducing it. He has been diagnosed with chronic liver disease. He needs medical help. He unfortunately cannot afford medical help. He needs about $15,000 for traveling to Egypt, for the treatment, for everything, and he doesn't have that money. So if you guys want to help him raise up that money, that would genuinely be very, very kind. It's in the link tree in my bio. You can support that initiative, but then also there are a lot of initiatives for Sudan, for Congo, for South Sudan, because South Sudanese people are also suffering, and for Haiti. Okay, so yeah, I love y'all, appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all tomorrow.
Appointment. That's Brooke and